Hello, people. How's everybody doing tonight? 7th the second here. We're having a wonderful Thursday. I have had two diametrically opposite days in the past 2 days. Like, I don't even know how to explain it, but Wednesday felt ungodly long. I don't know what happened. Wednesday felt like it was 2 days. It was literally like the span of 2 days. Like, I kept looking at the clock going, it's got to be like 1:30 in the morning now. It's 9:30 at night. What the fuck? I don't understand what happened. And whereas today felt like it's been like a half day already. Like, I haven't even done, like, barely anything's happened today. I got dragged into a damn support issue at work because the support lead was on another already big issue, and then another big issue comes in, and they're like, well, it's been raised to the executives of the company, so they know about it, and we got to jump on and try to fix it as fast as possible, which is why my director of our department jumped on with us as well. And he was doing most of the directing, but I'm sort of like in the background helping, trying to like look at what we're finding and doing research in the back. It felt like today has been like, it felt like there's been like less than 8 hours of shit that's happened today, or less than 8 hours have passed today. It doesn't feel like a ton of time has passed. And also, guess what? I get to go back on support lead tomorrow because I swapped weeks around so I wouldn't be on support lead during GDQ. I'm also thinking that we get GDQ off, so as the shirt indicates. I got this thing. I like the design of this shirt. The old is a virtual attendee. It's cool. But starting tomorrow and for the next week, I'm on support leave. Which means getting up at 8 a.m. every day, getting my ass in bed by 1 a.m. every day. Which means we doing early streams again next week. Unfortunately, we're still sitting in a position where we need like 2 more people back. We need to hire another guy, and then we need another guy back before we can be fully back to the like 7 to 8 weeks of support lead. Because like one of them was like, one of the people we lost wasn't actually really normally on our own. He was already on like the cloud side, but when that became its own full thing, he dropped off of it. So we kind of need another person. My manager said today there might be somebody else. He says he found there's a candidate that might be worth it, but they're looking into it. We're gonna see how that would be, and apparently he knows somebody that would be good as a to bring on, but they require visa sponsorship, and our company is not doing that at the moment for new hires. So yeah. On the other note, apparently like raises are going in early, which actually might be bad for me, because I was hoping that I would be able to get a good raise when this project was done and when I moved on to the other team, but I don't know what's gonna happen with that. It is a situation where I'm a little worried. I might bring that up to my manager. I'm like, or maybe I'll bring it up again with my manager, and I'll bring it up like whenever I end up moving over to this other team officially, and just be, oh shit, I never finished that PR. I got so distracted by everything today that I completely forgot to finish that PR. I gotta do that tomorrow. Shit. I was supposed to review a PR for my manager for the product I'm moving on to, just as one of the people looking at it, but then this fucking 10 alarm fire jumped up and like it was all hands on deck. And we're not even sure that there's even a fucking issue. Like we did 7 hours of WebEx call talking. We were on the call from 11:30 until about 6. So 6.5 to 7 hours, something like that. 'Cause I don't think we got off of the call at 6, but either way. I completely forgot to finish that. I got so wrapped up in the call. I mean, it's a reasonable thing to forget about that, but it's like, I gotta go do that. I gotta go take care of that. So I'm gonna do that thing tomorrow. I never did fix these. I got those rolled up. All right. Why did you open? Why did you open? My damn control panel for my mixer just opened. The fuck? How'd that happen? That's very weird. All right. Well, I mean, sure. If it's gonna be that way. Like not oh, I am still keeping an eye on this one Twitter account for more news about SMT5 pre-orders. A buddy of mine has missed like every chance that we've spotted to go get one of the pre-orders because he wants one. He wants one of the special edition ones. And like I got mine. I got the receipt right over there. But he's not gotten his, and unfortunately his work has just been busy enough this week that he hasn't been able to keep a close enough eye on it to spot it when things have come up. So what I'm gonna do is I am gonna, if I see one go up, like if Target or something like that puts pre-orders up, drop the thing I was holding in my hand for no dumb reason. If it goes up somewhere that I can put an order in for, I will put an order in for one and just be like, this one's yours. Although I did see today that SMT5 is like the highest rated pre-order game on Amazon right now or something like that. I think I saw that. It was something like that. SMT5 is way up there, which is good. You want to see people getting in on a franchise like this, because one of my friends, he's like this friend of mine, he likes RPGs. He's just never played an SMT game because just never been on his radar up until now. Hell, he didn't know about anything about Persona until recently, and he's been wanting to jump in on it, but like, I guess I should say he wants to jump in on Persona 5, but can't because he doesn't have a PS4 or PS5, and he's not the kind of person who would go buy one. Trying to keep an eye on this because at some point, like my spending's been a little heavier this month, unfortunately. Just from like doing my big grocery store trip and shit like that. I've just been buying things. I need to do that. Is that still in my email? I gotta buy my dad his birthday present. Mom sent it to me. Yeah, I've got it. So we will mark it as unread. And then I will make sure to order that tomorrow, or maybe even later tonight, with the intention of going and getting getting my dad this stuff. My dad has been he's always been really big into grilling, but recently for his gas grill he got like an actual like metal griddle, and he's been loving cooking shit on that thing. And the thing we're getting him is like a smoker box for it. So it's a little box that can go on the grill that you can put wood chips in, that you could smoke it. You could smoke in there with it. So you could smoke meats and shit like that. I think he's kind of been interested. He's kind of been wanting to do something like that. So my mom found something that seems pretty reasonable. So I figure I'll get him that and like a bag or two of wood chips, like smoked apple wood chips or something like that, and just he can do what he wants, and just see how we do. But fuck. Now we'll see how things go. Oh, that's another thing. Dad, he's going to be stopping by the apartment tomorrow. I arranged for my dad to come up here and get this. You probably heard me talk about this wood table I've got. The cats are playing. There's this wood table we've got. It's like coffee table that we used to use a lot in the old layout, in the layout of the old apartment. But in the new apartment, it doesn't really work for us, so it's just been kind of sitting there not doing anything. And it's a nice table, so we don't want to just throw it out. So my dad is driving up here tomorrow to snag it from us. He can take it home. I kept meaning to try to throw it in my car, but like I think the last two times I've like gotten halfway to my parents. The last two times I've gone home where that's been a thing, I have literally gotten halfway down the road and gone, oh fuck, I forgot to grab the table. Now, admittedly, I probably could just wait, considering that like I'm going home not this weekend but next weekend. Hey, Kazanic One, how you doing? Hope your evening's doing well. But no, he's gonna come up and do it, and I mean, at most of it is just gonna be, hey, I'm gonna take him to lunch. We're gonna go probably get like, I don't know, Hardee's or something. Not anything super expensive. I don't think he's looking for anything like that. So, we'll take care of that. And then I get to go into the weekend of being the fucking support lead. So here's hoping that's pretty good. You know, in all this rambling, I've been playing with this and I haven't opened my soda yet, but I don't even have the damn emulator up. So I should fix that. But I hate that my monitor does this so damn much. My monitor does this thing when things change. I guess when the front thing when the front item on the monitor changes resolution is the best way I can describe it. It like flickers for a second. And sometimes, actually, I guess a flicker is the wrong way to describe it. Sometimes it's just a flicker, and sometimes it's like the screen goes black for a full 2 seconds. I'm just like, what in the fuck is happening? I like the monitor I've got. It's a good monitor. I'm just never sure if it's like, is that a thing that it should be doing, or is it actually just broken? If it's broken, it's way too far past the date I bought it to do anything about it. I'll probably just live with it. But okay, so I did that, and now I reset the ROM, and it should. How do you find the H-Star Kieran? I think it's, or HR Kieran. I think it's a special event. I think you have to get it. I think you just have to get high enough rank in it show, and you can do it. I don't remember specifically, but I think it's something like that. All right, let's see if I've got the sound. Hey, there we go. All right. So last time, fucking everything's happening. There's been multiple kidnappings. We played like therapist. We like I've lost track of everything that's happened. There's been blackmail. There's stalling for time in a courtroom that's happening. Gumshoe came back. Like everything's going on. And we're like, what in the fuck is happening? We found out we had been bugged. And that brings up questions of who had access enough to put that bug on us. What the fuck is going on out there? Are you coming in? Might have to separate you two for a little bit. Are you okay, Stormy? I just heard this like weird, like extended, like cry for one of the cats. I'm like, what the fuck? I have no idea what's going on, but we're gonna leave the door like. Stormy, you can't get in there. Stormy, come on now.
Pretty strength, dude!
Hey, I heard that. Hey, Motor, thank you for the host. I also might have just shouted out into the outer room and didn't mean to. But, because my roommate's asleep right now. Let's jump into it. I don't know what the fuck's about to happen. Like... That cat is being a pain. Then I'm gonna have to separate it. So the last time we had gotten information that the kid was last seen by this garbage pickup area. We're gonna see what happens. I don't know. Like, I opened the door and like one of the cats is like underneath the stand that we have for the TV, and the other cat's just outside of it. So I'm wondering if he's just got her cornered and is, you know, causing her havoc. I'm gonna keep an eye on him. I don't want to keep him in my room too long while the door's closed, because they don't have anywhere to go get water or go use the or like go to the litter box or anything like that. So I really don't want to keep him in here that long. But I'm gonna keep an eye on him and see what the hell's going on. See if I can see if there's something I need to, I don't think there's anything I need to do about it, but who knows. I just heard this like weird odd cry that was more than like, it was like a 2-second extended cry, and I'm like, what in the hell is happening? And like, as soon as I opened the door, the one cat who was underneath the TV stand just came straight for the door. And I'm like, okay, fine. You can come in for a little bit, but you gotta be good. Preemptively put the towel on my legs in case he decides he wants up on my legs. Nail caught? Maybe, but like, it didn't look like it because she had no issue getting off. Maybe she got it uncaught like right afterwards. I don't know. This milk carton is, it's the one John was drinking out of. And there's no mistake. Something must have happened to John right here. Garbage pickup time is at 11 a.m. so that's why there's no trash here. When I looked here earlier, the place was overflowing with garbage, sir. Looks like today is when bulk waste is collected during the garbage pickup. There's really a lot of bulky items. There were a lot of bulky items placed here, pal. This is why I didn't want the cats in there, because every time I hear like an odd noise, I'm gonna look over and see what the fuck's going on. It's possible. I don't know. We'll see. They're in the room now, and they're kind of just chilling. They're both in my closet, like on top of the boxes in the closet. So, see how that goes. The truck's garbage compactor can crush any kind of garbage to dust. No, it seems like the case. It seems in the case of bulk waste, where it's being transported, it is transported as is without being crushed. Huh. What do you know about how bulk waste is disposed of, Mr. Edgeworth? Maybe Mr. Shields, in order to accomplish his Mr. Edgeworth acquisition plan, sent him something like a moving process instruction brochure. There are times when you're so sharp it's scary. They're few and far between. That's kind of what I'm thinking. But I'm wondering if somebody, like, if he's not, like, kidnapped, but, like, is accidentally over at the damn garbage center and we're going to have to go get his ass. Combined with Detective Gumshoe's testimony, the chances are high that John was attacked at the garbage pickup area. If it was here, there wouldn't be many witnesses. But why would John have come to a place like this? It would be natural to think he came here to throw something away. We have no way of knowing since the garbage truck has already collected everything. There's a logic-y bit. Do we logic-y bit here? This seems like a bit of a stretch. Yeah, okay. Maybe one of the cars that came through was a garbage pickup truck? The only vehicles that came through the plaza this morning were the taxi and the blue truck. And Mr. Dumbostain was kidnapped in the taxi. Yes, meanwhile, John was attacked in the garbage pickup area. And the garbage was collected from there at 11 a.m. Oh, sir, I've got it. That blue truck was actually... That's right. The blue truck that came through the plaza was a garbage truck. However, be that as it may, the officer who gave us this information made no mention that the blue truck was a garbage truck. Talk about carelessness. How could someone mistake a garbage truck for a normal truck? That's not okay. Today was the day for collection of bulk waste. I suspect it was a standard truck without a trash compactor that came by to collect the trash. John was taken away by this garbage truck. And where do garbage trucks go? To the dump, of course. Well, hold up. The culprit was disguised as a garbage truck collector, right? And the truck is probably fake too. How do we know they really went to the dump? No. The garbage truck should have been real. Well, wait, why is that? That'll be made clear if you simply take a look at the garbage pickup area. It's the lock, right? The fact that there's the garbage that was behind the lock is also gone. The garbage pickup area is locked. Only a real garbage collector could have unlocked it to collect the trash. Precisely. Ooh. Like, they've been chill ever since they've been in the room, but at some point I'm gonna have to kick them out. See what they do. We should assume that a genuine garbage truck was used. For example, the kidnappers could have put John into a large cardboard box, and the box is mixed in with the rest of the bulk waste. The garbage collectors would have carried John away without even knowing it. Exactly. The culprit would then lie in wait at the garbage dump. And if they said, I threw it away by mistake, the box would be returned to them. Any garbage dumps nearby? I mean, yeah. Let's see. There's 2 of them. Which garbage dump was he taking? Could there be a hint in some information I hold? Is this where the logic of the sound of an explosion comes up? Because it would be near some construction? I told you guys this is going to keep happening, by the way. This is absolutely going to keep happening like all night. I'm in like a weird angle, so I'm just fucking moving my camera. I'm going to keep hearing the cats doing stuff over there, and I'm going to keep like glancing over and seeing what the hell they're doing. Like that. All right, hang on. I got to deal with this. All right. Hang on. We got to go to break while I deal with this. It'll be quick. Trust me, but I got to get them out. Be right back. Okay, I got him out of the room. So there's a spot just behind my desk, like down back where, like behind where my subwoofer sits. And the smaller cat loves to sit back there. But the bigger cat has been just chasing her around. Like the entire time. And I don't know if he's just playing too rough or what the fuck is going on. Who knows? But like, he jumped back there to like, I don't know what. To like bat at her while she's back there or something. I looked down. She like jumped out of there and immediately went to the door. So I'm like, okay, hang on, I gotta let y'all out of here. All right. Where's my camera fucking like janked? What the hell happened? Like you can even tell by the corner line over here. Like this thing ain't straight. What the fuck? None of it is. What the hell happened? I need to try to use the center balance on this thing, on this camera stand to fix this, but for whatever fucking reason, it's just decided, no, we're not going to do that today. All right, anyways. Told you it'd be a short break. Let's see what's going on. We're still trying to fit these pieces together. Let's do the sanity check. Okay, so we have everything here, which means we don't need to do anything else. Is the guard duty going well? Yes, sir, of course. Besides using my eyes and ears, I'm also trying to use my sense of smell and touch and even taste. I'm going to revolutionize the way we do guard duty in this stodgy institution. I'm sorry. Please perform your guard duty the way it's always been done. Oh, it's you two again. Did something else come up? Hurry up and hop on board. No. Right now we really don't need to go anywhere. Pish posh. That's what they all say. I can tell just by looking at your face what you're after. You want to start a new life in a new place with a new girl, am I right? Come traffic lights or police sirens, I won't let anything stop you from where you're going. So come on, hop in and experience the best ride of your life. That personality, I guess, explains why he's so willing to help us out earlier. The shirt's cool. I just got it like yesterday. The SGDQ's like, aha, we're putting out like one of our shirts early and you can get it now, and it shipped like crazy early. All right, button. So we've got to talk to somebody else, probably to get another piece of information. Doesn't look like it's Gumshoe.
Well, my hard work's helped move the case forward. I reckon that's all in a good day's work.
I'm not so sure about that. We've been chasing after an entirely different person. Indeed. Seems she did not properly examine the photo earlier.
What now? Was my info really all that bad?
No, some of the blame also relies on us for relying on such dubious information sources. And it's time for us to regroup and start over.
Could you hold on a sec? If you think I'm staying quiet after being called a dubious source, you got another thing coming. Fine. So I just have to tell you the scoop I've been saving.
You've been saving a scoop? And I hit the wrong button. Although I'm not expecting much. Let's hear it. What is this scoop of yours?
It's Mozilla. I have decisive evidence that mighty Mozilla exists.
Okay, Kay, let's go.
Well, hold up. I'm being serious. Y'all might not believe it, but it's true.
I don't have much time, but I guess there's no other way. And the decisive piece of evidence that you have be something recorded on that tape recorder.
That's Mr. Edgeworth for you. You're good at figuring things out, aren't you? It's time Mozilla spewing out fire. This place nearly became a sea of flames.
You say so.
No, don't make that face. If you think I'm lying, have a listen for yourself. Ready? Here comes the flame. How was that?
Okay, it was kind of hard to tell over you shouting, but I guess that if you say so, they could be flames. Miss Swift, did you truly witness these so-called flames?
Well, to tell the truth, I didn't really see it with my own two eyes. On account of, I wasn't actually there at the time.
If Mozilla had appeared, wouldn't you have noticed no matter where you were?
Well, I was a ways off and using a slightly unusual recording method, so...
Could you explain this recording method to me in more detail?
I guess I just dug my own grave. Truth is, I was aiming for a scoop, so I did me some wireless wiretapping.
Wait a minute. Wireless wiretapping? If there's no wires, how do you tap them? Okay. Please don't concern yourself with the semantics. She was simply intercepting wireless communications and listening without permission.
I was spending the last few days scoping out the Grand Tower with my mentor.
So you were investigating the black market auctions. In that case, you naturally would have tapped the immediate area surrounding the Grand Tower.
You betcha, but right then and there, I hear an earth-shattering roar. Finally, Mozilla appears. My heart is pounding. I feel him drawing near.
Wait, so everything except the sound is just your own personal impressions, right? In the end, it seems you didn't actually see anything.
Well, I reckon writing's more my thing. And anyways, as I continue tuning into the situation, Louis K over there almost shattered my eardrums. Oh, is that... I was like, she was wiretapping our signal. The signal between... She caught the signal between us and the person that was eavesdropping... That had the wireless bug on us. And she was listening, and Kay yelled into the mic, and it blew her ears out.
I see, Miss Swift. While you were eavesdropping, you were surprised by Kay's voice and fell over. In other words, you did not hear her voice directly. You heard it via the radio waves emitted by the bug, did you not? What? Does that mean the one who planted the bug on us was...
I was just eavesdropping. I've never been stupid bugging nobody.
Miss Swift, you mind if we borrow that tape for a while?
Just do what you please already. Oh,
Mr. Edgeworth!
Miss Keys, Miss Barry, right? Isn't it? Why am I blanking on her name? Is she even in my... Yeah. Actually, we can do that, turn that on, still leave that up.
Did you find him?
Well, not yet. Just where could John be?
John?
No, it's nothing. Don't worry about it. Don't know anything about the kidnapping. Regarding Sebastian, we found him not too long ago.
Really? That's great. Yeah, thank you so much. Now I won't be arrested again.
guess we need to talk to them because they're like new people here. Oh god.
Thanks especially to Mr. Edgeworth. How'd you find him?
Naturally, it was all thanks to his powers of logic and reasoning. Actually, it was kind of just a coincidence.
I guess we weren't any help at all, were we?
But don't be so silly. Of course you really helped. You helped a lot. Thanks. Where were you guys searching? Where were you guys searching, Simon?
It was a bit far off, but we searched around the Sunshine Coliseum.
Sunshine Coliseum. So they were over by the shore.
There were a lot of people at the event there, so I thought he might have gone there as well.
Wait, an event? It sounds like fun. Is it a festival? I kind of want to go.
It was a lot of fun, and there were food stands and fireworks and much more.
Oh.
Simon got all worn out by the people in the crowd pretty quickly, though.
And you didn't have to tell him that.
It's settled. Once we wrap up this case, let's all go there. I don't want to do this. We're doing it for the content.
At any rate, I'm glad you were able to find him so quickly.
Why is that?
The truth is, our circus show is about to start soon, so I don't think we would have been able to help out with the search much longer.
Sorry to burden you with this when you're also needed to prepare for your performance.
No, it's okay. Please don't worry about it. Well, after all, I didn't want to get arrested again. I hated that experience. I'm so relieved you were able to find him, Mr. Edgeworth.
Yeah, but the warden still hasn't been declared guilty yet.
What? No! Wait, so you're saying there's a chance I get arrested again? No way!
Okay, please don't tease him. Okay, let's talk to Regina because she might have an extra piece of information.
Even though Regina also searched with her friends. Never being to the punch.
By friends, does she mean her animals? If I recall correctly, wasn't the Berry Big Circus supposed to have a performance today?
Yep, that's right. We've been practicing a lot all for this upcoming performance.
Will Simon also be performing?
Of course, he's been practicing really hard, even though he keeps saying no way, no way, no way. He even rode a balloon and did lots of advertising for us. So Mr. Edgeworth, you should also come by and see Simon's heroics.
Very well. That is, if we're able to successfully solve this case. It sounded like you were saying you used animals in your search.
Yep, I thought we'd be able to find him if we used Regent and Estique, but Simon said no way, no way, no way, and stopped me, and it's no fun.
Simon hadn't been there, there probably would have been a mass panic right about now. Simon, why did you stop her? You would have made the city more fun, just like the circus.
Mr. Edgeworth, please forgive me.
Why is he apologizing to me? I haven't said anything yet. Okay. Boop, boop. All right. So I think these two go together. Mr. Keys, didn't you say there were fireworks at the Coliseum earlier?
Huh? What about him?
Those fireworks set off during the day?
Oh, yeah. Even when we were there were a bunch of them being set off.
Well, what is it, Mr. Edgeworth? An explosion sound we heard at the end of the kidnapper's phone call. Could very well have been the fireworks. Ah!
Boom!
For the sound to have been picked up by the phone, it must have been fairly loud. Well, so that means the culprit was near the Coliseum. Even so, I bet the fireworks can be heard in a lot of places around the Coliseum. Indeed, it would have been impossible for us to search the entire area by ourselves. If only we could have had the police lend us a hand. One of them's closer to the Coliseum than the other. Based on the sound we heard from the kidnapper's phone. By the way, I haven't heard the cats make that noise at all, so I don't know if they just got tired and are resting, or if they've gone to some other part of the apartment, or what. Either way, good to know that I'm not hearing that noise. Based on the explosion sound we heard from the kidnapper's phone, we know that John is being confined someplace in the vicinity of the Coliseum. One of the garbage dumps is right next to the Coliseum. John was almost certainly taken there. In which case, the place he's being confined to must also be somewhere close by. Gumshoe.
Yes, sir.
Could I ask you to search the area around this garbage dump?
You don't have to ask me like we're strangers, sir. It feels so distant. Please just order me around like you normally do.
Are you sure, Detective? Right now I'm not a prosecutor.
Didn't I tell you, sir? Detectives don't just investigate for the sake of prosecutors.
Well, then you have my thanks, Detective. Mr. Edgeworth, look, it's almost time. It would be best if we hurry. They should also be at their limit. Gumshoe, I'm counting on you.
Leave it to me, sir. This may be an unofficial investigation, but I'll call in all my pals from the station to help.
I'll help too. Stealing John back is my job after all. Now returning to the courtroom. I might be able to draw out some more time. Okay, well then, even in the depths of night. The clock just struck 2. We have to hurry.
Yes, sir.
Ah, my introduction. When no other bird dare takes flight. April 6th, 2:16 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 3. Bada bada bada. What did I do for him? I think I just had him cranked down. I didn't have any. I had maybe a little pitch on him.
Well, 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 if it isn't former prosecutor Edgeworth.
It's time to stay.
Witness! Fast forward, we're not done talking yet.
Like I said, you see, why exactly would I have needed to help out that person, Your Honor? You know, it's a crying shame having a beautiful woman declared guilty. Honestly, it brings my tears to my eyes. But you see, there's no reason for me to go out of my way to hide evidence just to save her.
However, we still have the testimony of your son, Prosecutor Devaste. He testified that he handed the evidence over to you.
Well, I haven't the slightest clue what he was talking about. Simply can't imagine why Sebastian would have said something like that, you know?
Oh, what if there was evidence that shows your connection with Warden Roland?
Huh? What do you think you're doing, former Prosecutor Edgeworth? I was under the impression that you were no longer in any position to stand in court.
Miles Edgeworth, how dare you barge into my prosecutor's bench?
Francesca, I'm sorry. I need you to lend me the bench for just a little while.
What are you saying?
Judge Courtney, I brought vital evidence related to this case. Your Honor, please allow me to testify. What?
She'd never allow this.
Objection.
Courtney Pie, Uncle Ray also asked that he be allowed to testify. There's no objections from the prosecution either, right?
Understood. The prosecution has no objections.
There's no way you can allow something like this, you know. Such high-handed methods. Surely enough to warrant being held in contempt of court. Wouldn't you say, Courtney?
As John is still in danger, Courtney cannot rule against the warden. Must convey to her somehow that the search for her son is progressing. Just Courtney, I ask that you have faith in me and my assistant.
Now that you mention it, where exactly is she?
Oh, she's currently out searching for the most important piece of evidence.
It's a waste of time. There's no evidence. Are you stalling for time? How disgraceful.
Most important piece of evidence, huh? Courtney Pie. I don't know what that evidence is, but I think we should have faith in her. After all, even if she may not look like it, she's still the great thief Yadakarasu.
Somehow, it seems that Mr. Shields picked up on what's going on. Judge Courtney, we've already determined the general location of that evidence. It's only a matter of time before she steals the evidence back.
I understand, but I shall give you special permission to testify.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This is ridiculous.
This final evidence that you have found, please present it to the court.
Blaise Debaste and Patricia Rowland are connected somehow. I should save. Just in case. Allow me to present the evidence that proves it. Which piece of evidence shows the relationship between Patricia Rowland and Blaise Debaste? It should be this, right? This document contains a detailed report regarding the interrogation of a certain man.
A certain man?
That man being the late Horace Knightley. And the one who interrogated him was the defendant in this trial, Patricia Rowland.
Oh, so that means the interrogation where...
That's right. Patricia Rowland murdered Knightley in the aftermath of that interrogation. And in that very interrogation has been recorded in this written report.
That definitely sounds like final evidence.
Miles Edgeworth, just now you referred to that document as a written report. Now, just who in the world was that report written for?
Oh, I thought you'd never ask, Francesca. And that's precisely what is most important about this report. We found this document inside the safe in the storeroom on the 51st floor of the Grand Tower.
The 51st floor? The storeroom for the black market auction?
Indeed. And the conductor of that auction was you, Blaise Debaste. You received a report about the victim from Warden Rowland. In the face of this evidence, can you still say you have no connection to the case?
In regards to that, I refuse to answer.
What?
It is yet to be proven in court that I was the conductor of the black market auction.
Oh, have you already forgotten the evidence of this morning? I believe it's already proven. It had already proven it back then, did it not? Also, I just thought about this. Who the fuck gave him 3 wigs? Or 2 wigs, or however many extra wigs he needed to recreate his look? Like, who did this? Who gave this to him?
I will not deny that I was bested by you, however. That was at the crime scene. Who knows if the results will be the same in court? An acquittal's still possible, you see. Until it's been proven in court that I am the conductor of the black market auctions. You can't prove that document was addressed to me.
Your logic is twisted.
That's not very nice, you know. My logic isn't twisted, is it, Courtney? Don't you feel the same way? It's quite unlike you to allow former prosecutor Edgeworth's statement just now, you know. It saddens me, you see, that you would fail to uphold the law as a judge should. Sbish. In fact, I'm so upset by this I may have no other choice but to use my last resort, you know. Who keeps giving him shit?
It is as you say. Something that has not been proven in court does not merit any deliberation. We'll have to overrule Mr. Edgeworth's claim.
As I thought. Till John's been rescued.
You see, the truth at the scene and the truth in the courtroom are two very different things.
You're saying the truth can be distorted in court as long as it's for your sake?
What a horrible thing to say. I'm not distorting the truth or anything like that, you know. If a not guilty verdict is handed down, then that becomes the truth. That's all there is, you see.
It's useless. There's nothing we can do unless the missing evidence turns up.
Now then, Courtney Pie, why don't you deliver a not guilty verdict and just get this over with? After all, that evidence isn't gonna show up anytime soon, you know. Objection! I know who that was.
Who raised an objection just now?
Pops!
Sebastian? Why did you come back here now, of all times?
Sebastian, what is the meaning of this?
Where were you, and what have you been doing that you abandoned your own trial?
I'm sorry. I was dumb.
Such an act is unbecoming of a prosecutor. You should be ashamed.
Well...
Sebastian, still don't get it, you know. This court's no place for a sniveling little child such as yourself.
Pops, I've come to present new evidence, Your Honor. So, please, let me take my place at the prosecutor's bench. Sebastian, I didn't think he would come back at all. This is actually quite impressive.
What is this? What's going on, Sebastian? What are you doing? You don't seem at all like your normal self.
Pops!
Come on now. What's the matter? You want Daddy to play with you? Is that it? Well then, why don't we just head on back home?
Return to the witness stand.
What's wrong? You're shaking like a leaf.
Your Honor, the prosecutor officially in charge of this case had just arrived with new evidence. The trial is still in session. In light of this, shouldn't we continue with the proceedings? No, naturally. The defense doesn't have much to object to anymore, so I'm sure the defense attorney originally in charge would say the same.
The prosecution has no objections either, Your Honor.
Continue with the proceedings? That won't be necessary. Isn't that right, Courtney?
He still believes that he was the one who kidnapped John. As long as John still hasn't been found, Judge Courtney will remain bound by Blaze. Nothing else will change that. Who the fuck?
Who's got a fucking good-ass ringtone in this place? What sound is...
It's her cell phone. My phone as well.
Dude, Uncle Ray's phone is also...
Mr. Edgeworth! Mr. Shields! We found John, sir. We rescued John!
Excellent work, Detective. That kid was the most important piece of evidence, right? Right? Way to go, Kay.
I wanted to spread the word quickly, so I had everyone call. Oh, hey, Blaze.
About that.
Judge Courtney, it's for you. Yeah.
Yes, I see. I'm so glad you're safe. Make sure you properly thank everyone, okay? Be careful and come home safe. She's about to walk off the stand and literally just clobber him across the side. Let us resume the proceedings. Now that I may once again swing my gavel to my heart's content.
You're kidding, right? This is a sad joke, you know.
Witness, this is no joke. Please return to the stand. Prosecutor Devaste as well. Probably return to your seat at the prosecutor's bench.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sebastian Devaste.
Yes, Miss Von Karma?
I leave the rest to you.
Uh-huh.
Going up against your own father, it won't be easy. I shall observe how things pan out. From the gallery.
Now then, allow me to ask once more, is the prosecution ready? Prosecutor Devaste, what is this new evidence you wish to present?
The missing knife and chisel, Your Honor.
What do you mean they've finally been found?
Prosecutor Devaste, is this true?
The knife and the chisel. I wasn't able to find them. I searched and searched. I really did, but it was already too late. Too late?
Ooh, wait, what do you mean by that?
I remembered. This morning when I passed by Pops in the garage at home. He was holding something wrapped in a newspaper. Pops, where are you going?
Ah, Sebastian, just taking out some trash.
At that moment I heard it, the faint sound of a bell.
Ooh, could that sound have been by any chance?
The bell attached to Dogan's chisel?
In other words, you're saying that the witness threw away the evidence?
I searched and searched for it, but I didn't make it in time. I'm sorry.
Where exactly did you search for it?
The garbage dump. I went to the garbage dump and searched everywhere. I thought if Pops threw away the evidence, it had to be there. Oh, okay. Okay. So at that time, he had gone to the garbage dump. But, this is all I could find.
It smells rather particular.
Now that you mention it, there's kind of a funky smell coming from you as well.
Oh, what do you expect? I was digging through garbage. What of the knife? I think it's buried somewhere in that giant mountain of trash. But I couldn't find it by myself.
I understand. I shall accept this into evidence.
Well done, Sebastian. You never betrayed my expectations, you know? You search so desperately through the garbage and that's all you have to show for it?
Ah,
Oh, what a tearjerker. I'm already tearing up already, man.
it's a bit too early for tears, don't you think? We haven't examined the evidence properly yet.
I think it's just a pointless waste of time, you know.
Well, I'm counting on you, Sebastian Miles. Show him that truth that can be exposed in court and take him down. Mr. Shields is backing us up now. Now all we need is a breakthrough. Prosecutor Debaste, let's take a close look at the evidence. Right. Okay. Let's come up here. Looking at... What is that? Have a look inside. It'd be great if we can find some kind of proof. This is the bell that was attached to Dogen's chisel. Are there any traces left behind on it? It's no good. There's not a single smudge left on it. What? What?
What did you find, Prosecutor Debaste?
Did you even find anything?
Darn it.
Of course you didn't find nothing. Something like that can't be called evidence, you know. All it is trash. Maybe sad, but that's the truth, you see.
Was Sebastian's effort all for naught? Indeed, this bill doesn't seem to be valid evidence. However... Mr. Edgeworth, are you really giving up?
Calm as always, Edgeworth. Quite unlike Sebastian here.
Now then, is the prosecution finished with its argument?
Justine, not yet. We're not through yet. There's still something we haven't examined.
You're not giving up? Struggling in vain is not cute at all, you know.
Seems Sebastian hasn't given up yet either. I was just thinking that exact same thing. The last item remaining is it trash or is it evidence? If you don't examine it, we'll never find out. It's gotta be the newspaper. We're not done examining the newspaper that the bell was wrapped in. Oh, Sebastian's thinking the same thing I am. That's good.
Wow, this is just wonderful, you know. So wonderful it's to cry for. Is it desperation or simply reckless abandon? Are you really going to pin all your hopes on a worthless scrap of newspaper?
We won't know for sure whether or not it's worthless until we examine it, will we? Sebastian, let's examine it post-haste. What is this? Ooh, what is this? Is this a handprint? There's something greasy on here too. Is it oil? Judge Courtney, we would request a fingerprint analysis on this paper. Could you please summon someone from forensics?
The request is accepted. Contact the lab at once.
Reporting. These are definitely fingerprints. However, it's from a glove. What?
Didn't I tell you it's nothing but a worthless scrap of paper? Just think about it, you know, when handling important evidence. What kind of idiot wouldn't use gloves? Oh wait, wouldn't that be you, the idiot who doesn't know when to give up?
Well, that's pretty harsh. Talking to your own son like that.
What's wrong with calling an idiot an idiot? Swish. You want to be the best, you have to be heartless. I have no compassion for worthless individuals, not even my own son.
Pops,
You know, You've always called yourself a genius prosecutor, haven't you? Didn't I explain to you this morning that you were a genius up until now? That's right. It's all because of me. All because of my authority. You are always being protected by people like Courtney, Smash, and me. Now get that stinking face of yours out of my sight.
Stinking.
No, now that I think about it, that stink might just suit you perfectly. Just keep it away from my nose, or my eyes will start watering.
Wrong. You're wrong, Pops.
Sebastian, what are you talking about?
You're the one who stinks, Pops. It's you, not me.
What?
You haven't noticed, have you? You smell, Pops. So much that you can't even hide it. Mr. Edgeworth, try smelling the handprints on this newspaper. The smell? I already know where this is going, but I'm interested to see how we get there. Smells like oil. Oil. Hey, tacos. I know something that smells just like it. To think of it back then, it smelled just like motor oil. Maintaining that motorcycle must be police's hobby. That's right. The smell proves it. It proves that the culprit who hid the evidence was. It's no good. I guess I can't become the best after all. I'm too soft. I can never be so heartless. I just can't bring my father down with my own hands. Prosecutor Devaste. Summon your courage. Become a different prosecutor from your father. Wasn't that what you decided? We are prosecutors, and as prosecutors, we stand in court. We stand in the courtroom. In that case, isn't it our duty to shed light on the truth? Exposing crimes and bringing criminals to justice, even if that criminal is your own father, is your duty as a prosecutor. Didn't I promise you? And if you have the courage to stand up, I shall show you the way. If you cannot do it alone, then we shall do it together. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. With more drama, I thought about it. Allow me to present the evidence that connects the handprint with my father. Where is that bitch? Come here. This is the smell of motor oil. The kind used for maintaining motorcycles. Both myself and Mr. Edgeworth have smelled this exact same smell before. Blaze Devaste, it was in your garage. Wouldn't you say these fingerprints have a peculiar shape? The 5 letters that spell out death. Exactly the same as your own glove.
You can buy gloves like that from anywhere. Doesn't prove a thing.
Is that really the case? That's not the only thing that these two pieces of evidence have in common. The fingerprints on the newspaper that was used to rip up the bell. And Blaze's mechanic's gloves. It should be this like spot right here, right? Is it not that? I can't even look at the evidence. Oh, what the fuck? Even if you don't understand it, I do. What in the world? My brain auto-filled it in. I didn't notice it at first. I didn't notice it at first. I thought it was like supposed to be the discoloration on the hand. I didn't notice that the A was broken. If you examine the imprint left by the letter A, you'll see it's unmistakably from this glove.
What? Sbish.
Oh, and that's not all. There's one more item you must take note of, namely these dirt stains. I suggest we do a comparative analysis from the dirt stains on the newspaper and the glove. If the contents match up, it'll prove to be decisive evidence.
Bailiff, please have these dirt samples sent to forensics for analysis immediately.
Edgeworth, Sebastian, you lowly prosecutors. Do you have any idea who I am?
Pops, you can't run away anymore. It's been proven in court that you concealed the evidence. And you tried to cover for the defendant.
You're saying that I'm guilty? I was at the prison? Me? Blaise Devastae? Well, snot-nosed punks are gonna make me disappear? It's a mistake.
Be a man and admit your crime.
Do you really think I can survive if I'm not around?
I'll be fine now. I thought I wanted to become the best prosecutor so I could get your approval, Pops. But when I was kidnapped by your men and stuck in that dark room, I started thinking, I am truly powerless. I despaired and averted my eyes from the truth. Despair? I'm sorry, I can't. The word is cursed for me from now on. I cannot hear hear somebody talk about despair and not think about Danganronpa. Really, he's a heavy crier. Very, very, very watery-eyed man. And then for some reason, because he drives a motorcycle, so he wears goggles, and then sometimes the goggles fill up with water because he has very moist eyes, and then every once in a while he just has to, he just kind of like splash it out. Just, bleh. At that moment, Mr. Edgeworth stepped in and showed me the way. And now I'm no longer a child chasing after his father's approval. I've become capable. I can find evidence all on my own now.
What? My men kidnapped you? Why were you?
Pops, I'll show you the truth you never knew through this trial.
Sebastian, how dare you speak to me like that? You should have just stayed as an idiot's son.
You may have hated me to the very end, Pops. But I've always looked up to you. Thank you for everything until now. And goodbye.
Wait, since when did you? All you've ever been is to depend on me. Sebastian! I'm really glad my door was closed because I just yelled really fucking loudly. Aizawa would have loved goggles like that.
He had his goggles were I can see them, but you can't see my eyes, and I understand why that's really good for him. But, he would have just loved to have some moist-ass eyes. Ugh. It's been established that the evidence was concealed by Blaise Devastae himself. A judgment regarding his concealment of evidence shall be delivered at a separate trial. The missing chisel and knife still have yet to be found. However, once search of the waste disposal site is underway, it will surely be discovered.
The knife will be found? What will happen to me if it's found?
Oh, you don't need to worry about that. You'll simply receive the punishment you deserve for your crime.
Punishment? For me? Blaise, what in the world are you doing? You! With all your boasting about being able to create your own truths and not guilty verdicts. That's why I contacted you immediately after the prison incident in the first place. And to make matters worse, you even kidnapped the wrong kid. I just can't believe it. You really are completely useless.
That was certainly a violent outburst, but you heard her, Prosecutor Devastae. Yeah, she got flustered and said a whole bunch of important stuff. Right? Indeed. That's correct. He doesn't seem very sure of himself.
Very well. And with that, this court is adjourned. But why in the world are you
Here, saying that right now.
I know.
I know who that is. Who are you?
Judge Courtney, it's still too early for a happy ending. Lang Ji says the end of the trial isn't always the end of the case.
Who might you be? Interrupting my courtroom.
The name's Shi-Long Lang. I'm a humble lone investigator.
Do you have some objection with this trial?
Ha! Not a chance. The defendant there has a heart as black as a moonless night.
Lang? Don't tell me you're the one from 12 years ago.
Oh, you got it, sister. Ain't this nice? Now you're finally going to prison where you belong. 12 years is a long time coming for a suspended sentence, don't you agree?
Agent Lang, what are you talking about? Dude, that would be really good.
The SS5 incident from 12 years ago. It's a case I'll never forget.
12 years ago. There's that number again.
Boo-doo-doo. Back then, he and my father were close friends. The clan protected the president's life. But then he suddenly changed, as if he'd become an entirely different person. Nowadays, he doesn't even have a shred of faith in the police force of Zhang Fa.
12 years ago. There's that number again. Might have something to do with Lang's father and President Huang.
Patricia Rowland, you and you, Blaise Debaste. Back then, the two of you killed off the Lang clan.
You were involved in the incident 12 years ago.
Oh, that's right, I was. However, I'm not here to chase after ghosts of the past. I'm here for you, Justine Courtney.
Me? You?
You and one other.
John!
Miss Courtney, you're coming along too. As a suspect in the murder of the president of Zhang Fa, Dijun Huang.
Agent Lang, what evidence do you...
Settle down, Mr. Prosecutor. The investigation's only just begun. We're going to inspect the crime scene with the suspects in attendance.
Agent Lang, did he get his hands on some new piece of evidence?
If you have any objections, you can tag along as well. I'll let you come along free of charge.
She'll do just that. I don't even remember what the fuck I was doing for his voice. I'm glad you're not talking, because that would have been more annoying for me. You know, the trial's not always the end of the case. There's still many mysteries yet unsolved around the murder of the president. Namely, the true nature of the giant monster and... who the fuck this is? So the new one is like, what, 100 years or more in the past? It's like set during the 1800s or some shit like that. It's in, it's set in England, I want to say. And from what I also understand, the main prosecutor there, the main protagonist that you play, the defense attorney there, he is one of Phoenix Wright's ancestors. So Japangland, whatever you want to call it. I actually think it legit might be England in this one. Oh, they do go back and forth? Okay. That's cool. But that's going to be a thing that's coming out. That is coming out at the end of July, and you bet your ass we're playing it day one. That's free. That's just going to happen. If I specifically have to avoid playing a new game long enough for Great Ace Attorney to come out, which is, by the way, the name of the game. It's what, Great Ace Attorney Chronicles or something like that, because it's 2 full Ace Attorney games. If I have to just delay shit to not play things, or if I just have to be like, hey, guess what? I'm playing Zooters until then, or something like that, or finding some short ass game to play, or some filler games to play, I'm gonna do it. True identity of the person on the other end of the phone. Who could that have been? It's like a fucking mini reboss fight. What the fuck? April 6th, 2:52 p.m. Outside Grand Tower lot, temporary film lot. All right. Actually, you know what? This is a good spot. I'm gonna go and take a quick break here. I'm gonna go use the bathroom. I don't need water because this thing's full. Thankfully, I basically filled it up at the same time I got my soda. I have cranked through my soda, so I've done a good job. A lot of sugar in one of these things, but again, now that I have my supply back, I basically am back to my schedule. Y'all can't see it. I can just do this. Still have the box, but a whole box of this shit. And I'm gonna drink it 3 a week. I think that means it's going to be like 6 weeks worth of stuff, which is really good. It's pretty good. I should do that. The roommate, I thought of one other thing I'm going to go do when I'm on break. Because I'm going to adjust my schedule. But in the interim, enjoy the music. I'll be right back after this break, and we will find out what else is happening in the temporary film lot. Because, like, people are not happy right now, and we haven't walked up yet, so that's just not going to make it any better. All right? All right. Be right back. Hey, I'm back. Thank you for sticking with me through that break. God damn it, I left the bathroom. Excuse me. Hey there, Syph. How you doing? You're just in time. We're just gonna start back. I went to the bathroom, and I also remembered that I wanted to do something in the kitchen before I went to bed. And so I figured I'd do it now while it was still in my brain and not like 2 hours later when I've forgotten about it. I wanted to put a half pound of ground beef in the fridge so it starts thawing. So that way, probably Saturday morning when I get up, I'm gonna cook mapo tofu. Excuse me. Because I haven't had that in a little bit. Because I haven't had tofu in the apartment until now. I just did a big store run where I got like 5 packs of tofu, and I will go through each and every one of them because I love me some mapo tofu. I have 2 different ways I make it, and it's great. One is not like very saucy, but it's got like it's got an incredible seasoning on it. And it also has like a little bit of that numbing spice. But the fact is that I have another one. The other one that I make the sauce myself. I like mix all the ingredients together. I have this ground Szechuan green pepper spice that I found at the farmer's market recently. I added it the last time I made my own sauce mix. Oh, it was so good. It actually added a little extra kick to it. The stuff's already spicy, but this just was like that little bit extra goodness on that spice. That was just, yes. Also, I'm probably going to have to start asking my roommate to order me chicken breast every once in a while. Maybe not this week, because what I'll probably do in the middle of the week is I'll just cook Korean barbecue. And then maybe on the weekend or something like that, I'll be like, hey, I need this. And if for whatever reason it doesn't line up with one of his orders, I'll just fucking go to the grocery store down the road and get me some chicken breast. Because what I did this past time was I have some Jamaican jerk seasoning, and I just coated the outside of a chicken breast with it. And it came out incredibly well. I'm going to be doing that a lot more because it was delicious. So... I need to stop talking about food because I'm making myself hungry. I don't need to be making myself hungry at 11 o'clock at night. That's not a good thing. Let's just jump back in. Go from Ace Attorney music to, well, eventually Ace Attorney music. I'm not clicked in the window. Could you just give it a rest already, please?
The heck? I'm telling y'all, it's best for y'all to come clean. The staff the staff already has their lips sealed shut as the reporters continue their tenacious negotiations.
If you're not here to cooperate with the investigation, I must ask that you please vacate the premises.
Put a sock in it, Copper. Y'all wouldn't even stop Mozilla's invasion. Not only did they secretly raise a giant monster, but now the staff is trying to cover it up. Like I said, I don't know if I have a good way to
Distinct her voice or not.
maybe like for like
Is for when Judge Courtney's not here, I can adjust this and do it? Like I said, we haven't been raising any monsters here at the film lot.
But ain't y'all said you done saw Gordy yourself?
Sure, I saw it, but it's not like we're keeping it at the film lot.
Mind if we butt in? Oh, hot. Wait, no, that could have actually been me. Shit, there's too many people here. Is anybody here going to use that register? Not yet. Alright, so I'm going to commandeer this one to make Penny's voice. And adjust this one back to Judge Courtney's voice. That one, and then if I need another one, I have another one. All right.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Oh no, I am gonna need
His voice. Shit, I do need this one.
All right, so there's that one. He's like there-ish.
Mr. Edgeworth.
John. Oh, y'all come here to search for the monster too? We're already ahead of you. Don't get in my way.
We're searching for a criminal, not a monster. Lang Ji says, the darkness inside a criminal's heart can be likened to a monster. Well, I mean, when it comes to killing people, criminals aren't much different from monsters. Gotta remember that.
Agent Lang, this is a problem. I can't let outsiders into the crime scene.
These are all key figures in the case. I'd like him to be here when the investigation resumes.
Agent Lang, regarding what you said about the resuming the investigation, where do you intend to start? Okay, hang on. I'm sorry. I'm not even gonna go to break for this. Remember those noises the cats were making earlier that made me go check on them? They're doing that, and I'm hearing them going like bump, bump, bump against my door. So I don't know what they're doing. They're like wrestling outside my door, but I'm about to open the door and find out what the hell's happening. So excuse me for a second. I'm gonna turn the internal music down. You guys won't hear a damn difference. No, I let Stormy in this time. This is one of my roommate's cats. This is Stormy. She's a sweetheart when she wants to be. She can be very, like, I guess standoffish when she wants to be. But she's a sweetheart. She can definitely be in the mood of like not wanting to be petted, but that happens every once in a while. I've had to put this towel on my lap, which you really can't see because I'm wearing like darker color pants. Just gonna adjust you up so you're not about to fall off my legs. No, she's cute. And Woody, the other cat we have, like the brown one, or the one with the brown spots, he's a sweetheart too. He's just being like hyper aggressive tonight. I don't know what's going on. So I don't think there's a way for me to do this, but she's purring up a storm. Yeah, see, she's being very nice. I don't know if she's just looking for a reprieve from Woody or what, but she's coming in here to hang out for a little bit. You good? I almost need to put like a foot stand underneath my desk because right now, like, I'm up on my toes to get my legs to not be like slightly angled down. Because if I do, she's going to start sliding off and I don't want that. So she's there. She's chilling. We're gonna see how long this lasts. She might get up on my desk here in a moment. All right, let's jump back in. We can keep going and we can figure out what's happening here. Don't be reaching for my arms. I got you. You're twisting and turning in my lap here. Chilling, yes. Well, she was chilling until like I changed the scene back, and then she started like flipping around a bunch. It's also why I'm using this older towel to do this, because she's clawing into it, and that would normally be my legs had I not put the towel down. I've learned very fast how to handle this. All right.
Let's start by reviewing the case. I'm actually just going to use the mouse for a little bit, because I can one-hand it and I don't have to have the other hand for it. Today, the body of President Huang was found here at the film lot. The president's whereabouts from 2 nights ago are still unknown.
It seems he snuck out from under the eyes of his bodyguards and ventured outside.
And that night was the last time he was seen alive. It was when he met with you, Judge Courtney, on the roof of the Grand Tower. Why is
John sweating up a storm? You hear somebody out there? Oh. Look who jumped into my door. There's the other cat. They heard somebody making noise outside, so they, like, Woody actually pushed my door open. My door apparently wasn't exactly closed. Like you give it like a slight push and it'll click and close. But he's in a chasing mood today. He was fine for a while. But like Stormy saw Woody come in and then also heard one of my roommates who's out in the kitchen right now and might be going, maybe it's time for food. But either way, they're not in the room right now, so I don't have to worry as much. There you go. You've at least seen both the cats recently. You can see how big Woody's getting, especially compared to Stormy. Stormy's kind of a tinier cat.
So why did you meet with the president, huh?
I cannot say.
You can't tell us, even under suspicion of murder? I have no idea what to do for his voice. I need like an extra recording spot here. We've got like all the fucking voice people here, and I need like a bunch of extra ones. Well, he's gonna be slightly there, and like, I mean, I guess I could use Lotta's register. I just have to like turn that off. It's probably fine.
Can't say why not.
Miss Courtney, if you don't say anything, you'll be under more suspicion. Is it because she thinks her son did it? Is that what's happening here? I'm betting that that's got to be what it is, right? It's got to be that she thinks her son did it, and so she's freaking out.
Huh. She must have a reason to clam up. I think you're somehow involved in the president's assassination.
The president's body was only discovered today. That still leaves a blank of one whole day after Judge Courtney met with him to unaccounted for.
Don't be so impatient. We're gonna fill in that blank right here, right now. In the evening on that blank day in question is what's important. What happened here last night? So why don't you tell us, John Marsh?
Me?
We know you were here last night.
What? John was here?
Between that little Missy's testimony and the footprints we found, we can easily prove it.
John, were you rehearsing here late last night? You were spying on me? Sorry, I just came here to check up on things. You really shouldn't be staying up so late, you know. Mind your own damn business. Why does that keep resetting? Why does that keep resetting? That's very annoying to me. Mind your own business.
Did he do?
Okay, now I understand what made him jump. John Marsh, that young lady was worried about you. You will not speak to her like that.
Sorry.
How many times have I told you before to be more mindful of the way you speak?
Is it just me, or does Judge Courtney's personality seem kind of different? She seems to be as strict with her own son as she is with those who violate the law.
Are you listening to me? Earlier as well. Jesus. Talked his ear off, goddamn. You should always bear in mind that no matter the occasion...
Can we get on with the investigation already? I've been sitting here for like 5 minutes listening to you chew your son out.
Oh, pardon me.
For Judge Courtney to get carried away like that, this must be her motherly side. I've known some parents like that. Some of my friends, I can think of one specific friend, had a mom like that. Very much the very strict, very controlling mother. This is actually the same friend of mine. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. Story time, because I feel like talking about it. Where in the fuck is this thing that's on my... There it goes. I got story time. It'll be a quick one, but we're going to do story time for a second because I feel like telling this story again because I love this story. This friend of mine, his mom was very strict with him. she didn't like him playing a lot of video games, but unlike my mom, who couldn't say shit because I was a good student, my friend's mom would say shit anyways, even though he was also a good student. And so he only was allowed to play his Game Boy Advanced every couple, like for a little bit of time every night. Even if he didn't have any, even if he was like, it didn't have any homework, didn't have any projects coming up, and was still getting great grades, which he was, as far as I knew. So what he would start doing is he would sneak his Game Boy Advanced into his backpack and take it to school with him. He never got caught with it anyways. I specifically remember one day he came to me and was like, dude, I think my mom's gonna check my backpack tonight on the way home. Can you hold on to this until tomorrow? And just give it back to me tomorrow. And I told him, yeah, sure, I can hold on to it. I'm not gonna take it out in the middle of a class. It's just gonna sit in the bag and nothing's gonna happen. So later that day, I don't remember which class period it was, or what time, but I just remember the specific class period. It was my computers class, which, by the way, my high school had a shit computers class. Like we're gonna teach you how to type, and we're gonna teach you about word processing and all these other things. This was like how it was in the early 2000s. It's probably like, I'm hoping computer classes are way better or way more sophisticated now than they used to be. But I was in that class and we're all sitting there doing our work and a cell phone goes off. Now you have to remember, this is during the time when you weren't allowed to have a cell phone in the building for the school. Like I was in high school this was probably like 2003 or 2004, something like that. I think it was 2004 because I think it was my junior year. Now, admittedly, I'm already like, I was a straight A student in high school and I didn't have to try. But so I have a little bit of a pedigree with the school. They like, I've gotten awards and shit like that for some of the stuff, but I can get into that later. Somebody's cell phone goes off. The teacher hears it. Now, from where I'm sitting, it's on the other side of the room. It's clearly on the other side of the room. It's not on my side of the room. The teacher goes, all right, whoever it was, give it up, and you'll only lose it to the end of the day. And nobody made a move. Nobody moved. And I'm like, well, that's bad. That's probably not going to end well. She goes, okay, I'm gonna give you one last chance. Give it up, and you'll lose it to the end of the day. If I have to go get the vice principal, and he has to search the room, you're gonna lose it for the rest of the semester, and you'll probably get detention. Nobody moved. Nobody spoke up. Nobody said sorry, and handed it over. So she goes and gets the fucking vice principal, and at this point, they search everybody's bags. Now remember, I have a Game Boy in my bag. It's never been taken out in the presence of anyone. You literally couldn't see it because I never took it out of the bag. The vice principal comes up to me, searches my bag, sees the Game Boy and goes, well, you can I can either hold on to this and you get it back at the end of the semester. No, the semester was over in like 2 weeks. Or you can get in school suspension. And I just looked at him and went, you can have it. I wasn't taking fucking suspension for a friend. No, fuck that. And like a little bit later, I had the next class period with my friend, and I was like, so he takes it, and he's like, you can get it back at the end of the semester. That was the end of it. They even found the person who did it, and they got in more trouble because they didn't give up their cell phone, and made the fucking vice principal come down. In the next period, I told my friend, I'm like, bro, you're not gonna like this. He kind of just looked at me and like, what happened? I told him, and it's like, it sucks, but there's nothing I can do about that. I can't control that some idiot left their cell phone on and it went off. Note, my cell phone at this time was in my car because I had a car and had a parking permit at school. I drove myself to school in the morning, so didn't have to worry about that. My cell phone was in my car, which, knowing the state of the way things are now, I would like to think that there are better cell phone laws where it's like, keep it on silent, don't have it out during class, and everything will be fine. But anyways, that's not the point. 2 weeks later, last day of the semester. I don't remember what period it was. It was in between class periods. I know that much. I make a stop into the vice principal's office, and like he wasn't looking. I remember him looking up at me from whatever he was whatever paperwork he was working on at his desk. He looks up at me and goes, "Damn it! I know what you're here for. I was hoping my son was going to get a new Game Boy Advanced." And I just looked at him like, "You motherfucker!" But I'm like, "Yep, I'm here for it. Give it back." And he just hands it over, and he's like, "Okay." He won't. It's like, "Don't have it in school again." It's like, "Don't worry, I won't." I just walked out. It's like, I can't tell if he was joking. He could have legitimately been joking, but he also could not have been joking. I can't tell. And then, like, at the end of the day, I gave it back to my friend, because it was like, this had to have been between the last 2 periods of school. So I got my friend's Game Boy Advance taken away, because his mom would have taken it away if he had found it in his bag, or if she had found it in his bag. So it's weird sometimes how that works out. Agent Lang, do you suspect John?
All I want is the truth. Why was the president killed? And I want to know who killed him. I'll do whatever it takes to find out.
Seems the president's family was like family to him. John, would it be all right if we asked you a few questions?
Sure, it's fine. I've got nothing to hide anyway. Besides, like, the 3 cartons of milk I keep in my refrigerated bag. I wasn't feeling too great during yesterday's shoot, so I made a few bloopers. They're reshooting the scenes today, so, well, I decided to rehearse a little on my own, that's all. I do it all the time. It wasn't anything out of the ordinary.
You were rehearsing alone that late at night? John, when I called you last night, you told me you were at the hotel.
You called him? About what time was that?
I believe it was around 11 p.m. I require him to call me every night. That's our rule whenever he stays away from home.
That's actually very familiar. That's actually very similar to what my mom used to do. My mom used to do sort of the similar thing. At least when I had a cell phone. If I was out and about, or like over at a friend's place, even though I was staying the night, I was usually like, she wanted me to check in with her like once a night or something. The kid's mom taking it, or the thing that happened to you. I mean, admittedly, I had nothing that happened to me effectively. I just lost a piece of equipment that wasn't mine. And I got it back 2 weeks later because I told my friend I will make it a point to go in and get it in the 2 weeks. But, like, I think it would have been worse if his mom took it away, because sure, he loses it for 2 weeks with me. I don't know how long his mom would have taken it away from him if she found out that he was taking it to school and like playing it in the morning or something. I don't know. His mom was like hyper strict. So it's possible he might have lost it for longer if his mom had found out, or if his mom had found it in his bag.
The truth is, I was at the fam lot during that time.
That hammer going down has such a different meaning right now than at any other point in the series.
So you lied to me.
I'm sorry.
Miss Courtney sure is angry. I think it's admirable that he practiced on his own, even if he hid it from his mom. I'm sure she was simply worried. Who knows what could have happened to him? Alone so late at night. And in reality, he did get caught up in yesterday's incident. But John said there wasn't anything out of the ordinary, right? Is that really the truth? So I feel like my mom did it a really good way, which not only did it like set appropriate boundaries for me, but it also sort of, I feel like to me personally, it's the best way to do something like this. My mom, who was the enforcer of the house, that was the person that would be the first line of defense to beat my ass if I did something wrong. When I was younger, she was very strict with me. She was very strict on what I was allowed to do. And then as I got older, I got more and more and more leeway with freedoms in terms of what I was allowed to do. And so by the time I was in high school, there was basically like, I already knew what I could do and what I couldn't get away with doing. So I sort of stuck in those boundaries, or at least knew how to fudge things close enough to be like, well, I thought this was okay. And in most cases, she didn't care. As long as I told her the truth about shit. As long as I told her what actually happened, she didn't care. That was a very big rule when I was growing up, was you will be, whatever you did, if you did something wrong, you will be in more trouble by base if you lie to me about it than if you tell me the truth now. That has always been the rule. Is that if there is something wrong when I was younger that could be like punishment worthy of whatever that is, either like taking away privileges or anything like that. If I did something wrong and I told her, hey, I did something wrong. Oh, sure, she might not be happy with me, but it's not gonna tack on the, oh, you lied to me about it and I'm also angry. So I'm like double angry now. And the punishment got worse. So. But I've known parents that are just hyper strict when the kids are older. And I'm like, that's not going to do much. That's just going to make them rebel harder. So the problem with this one friend, the friend whose mom was going to inspect his backpack, he had an older brother that the mom was also very controlling on when he was growing up and when he was still in the house. Now, I didn't know the older brother basically ever. I don't think I ever met him. But the thing I had been told was, the story I'd been told was he went to college somewhere out of state away from his mom, and he kind of was able to cut loose at that point, and she didn't like that. So she's like, I'm going to be more controlling on this kid so he doesn't do that shit. And you saw what happened. So, yeah, overly strict makes the kids worse. Like there's a thing about setting boundaries, and then like there's a reason I think it's the best option, because I think it has the best effect of being like, you can't do that. But if you're going to do that, if you're going to say you can't do thing X, you have to explain why you can't do thing X. If at any point you're going, well, because I said so, you have a bad excuse for doing something. I don't know where he ended up at. I know he initially went to tech with me, and then he dropped out to go to or he transferred to go to a different college, and I don't know where he ended up at. I haven't talked to him since then. I sort of lost contact with him. So more than likely, if I had to take a bet, he probably went wild. Probably got away from his mom as fast as he could. John, you said you didn't feel well. Could you tell me more concretely what was wrong?
That doesn't matter. I wasn't feeling well, all right?
You weren't feeling well? Maybe you drank too much milk? What? How'd you...
No, I mean, that's not it.
That was a hell of a chug. So he didn't feel well at all because of his stomach. When I was young, I was told that chewing milk makes it easier on your stomach, you know?
This conversation's over. Anyways, I made a few bloopers.
Oh, I was like, what the fuck? Oh, I'm hitting the voice button, which doesn't do anything. So today they plan to reshoot the scene, and you were practicing for that last night. My mistakes caused a lot of trouble for the people around me. I'm a pro, so practicing that much more is natural. Huh. He really does have an admirable sense of responsibility on him.
John's incredibly dedicated to his craft. He didn't even make any major mistakes in those bloopers. But he said if it would make the movie just a tiny bit better.
Shut up. I don't need you going around blabbering about stupid stuff like that.
But I'm sorry.
If he was a little more cooperative, he didn't know. I'd have no complaints.
Huh. Well, that's what happened.
John, what's your testimony just now?
John Marsh, don't I always tell you? If you're going to practice by yourself, you have to let me know beforehand.
I know.
My time to speak was completely stolen away from me. I'll ask you once more, John, about your testimony just now. But you know, John, I think that's really great. Oh God, it keeps happening. And I bet putting in an honest effort like that will make someone even more talented. You'll go from a little thief to a middle thief, and then someday you'll be a great thief. I'll be doing my best, so you better do your best too, okay, John? Now then, if I may, John, do you have to reverse that way? Last, at long last, I finally get to ask my question. There wasn't anything out of the ordinary? I don't think so. There's no mistakes in your testimony, correct?
Yeah, of course there's no mistakes. It was just a normal, peaceful night. Nothing out of the ordinary happened at all.
A peaceful night? How can you say that when an incident like that has occurred? Okay, he's a child. Please don't get seriously angry. There was nothing out of the ordinary, He doesn't know anything about the incident at all? That's the impression I get. But isn't there some evidence that shows that something did happen last night? Yes. No, I don't have time to waste dealing with a child's lies. Let's present the contradiction. Your neighbor's kids... What the fuck? What were they burning a mattress for? How did they burn a mattress? Wait, what? Oh. Okay, it's not that they all, it's not that it is done. Okay. They might have burned a bunch of trash. Yeah, I can see that. I saw this post on my timeline talking about how workers in Amazon unionize, and I was like, oh, what? And it's like, no. It was that they're one of the bigger unions in America here has decided they are going to make it their goal to unionize the workers at Amazon. Oh, I need to open Dragalia to get that free 10 summon ticket goodness. Boom, 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 boom. I'm just kind of sanity checking to make sure this support issue hasn't done anything else. I haven't heard it come through, but that also doesn't mean much. I did the smart thing, finally. I specifically turned off notifications for the support channel that is publicly accessible, like how people outside of our team contact us, and that way I don't get notifications when I'm not on there. I'm gonna turn that shit back on here at the beginning of the week or tomorrow at like 1:30ish or whenever I end up becoming the support lead for the week. They're still talking. That's actually kind of impressive. I would have thought that call would have ended already. All right. So there wasn't anything out of the ordinary, right? Where's the thing that shows that? There wasn't anything out of the ordinary. Well, that's a lie, isn't it? We have evidence right here. Could that be? That's right. It's the video you recorded of your performance.
What? You're telling me that we have a video from last night?
Exactly. And in this video, there's clearly something that is out of the ordinary.
This is a monster's footprint.
Would you say that monster's footprints are commonplace on a film set?
John, why did you conceal this video from us?
No reason, really.
Hey, pup, it's no joking matter. You had a reason to hide it, right?
John Marsh, answer him clearly.
But Mom...
Well, I didn't want anyone to see me rehearsing. In other words, you were embarrassed about others seeing you practice? Yeah, you got a problem with that?
You're saying that's why you hid the evidence?
John?
Quit nagging me. You've already busted me. What more do you want? Yeah, the footprints were there, but I just practiced and headed home. How come you're so calm after finding them footprints? It's a monster, you know? A real live monster. I thought it was just part of the set. Besides, there's lots of other weird stuff around here too.
He's suspicious, Chief. The kid's really suspicious.
You're gosh darn right he is. The smell of a scoop stinks to high heaven. Shut up, we're done talking. We're not done here yet. What now? The monster's footprints weren't the only unusual things that happened here last night. Besides the monster's footprints, what other unusual thing happened last night? A monster's head fell down from the roof of that building. Surely you must have known about that. I don't know anything about it. Is that true? I told you, I just practiced a little bit and then went back. I don't know anything about Moozilla's head falling or anything like that. Who said it was Moozilla? to you. Or do you have evidence that I know something to show that I know something? Well, there certainly isn't any evidence of that. It's also possible that it fell after John had already gone back. If there's no evidence, then, like I said, we're done talking. John really doesn't want to talk about last night. Could he be hiding something after all?
Wait up.
A delay?
It's as I thought. Well, thank you, Mr. Prosecutor. The video backs up my logic.
Huh? Is there something in the video that is related to the case?
Yeah, take a good, hard look at the monster costume in the top left.
Muzilla costume?
Try comparing it with the one over there right now.
Huh. It just looks like it's kind of hanging there limply, though. And the zipper on his back is zipped up tight. Oh. The zipper on his back? Buh. This discrepancy is...
Yeah, the difference is plain to see. In the video, the zipper is clearly open. That's right, someone was inside.
Oh, what? Mr. Powers, is the costume zipper usually... Well, it's always zipped up tightly when it's not in use.
Mr. Prosecutor, do you remember my logic from before? Two nights ago, Courtney pushed the president off the roof and killed him. Afterwards, she snuck into the film lot to hide the body.
In here?
Wouldn't it be easy to hide a body in a costume or behind all this equipment? And all she had to do last night was retrieve the body.
You're saying the body was hidden inside the costume. Well, that would be really easy to check if there's blood or any number of other things inside that costume that could tie the body together. But let's take a look.
Yeah, that's right. Judge Courtney, 2 nights ago you pushed the president off the roof of the tower. You hid the body inside the monster's costume.
I did no such thing.
Say what you want, but you're the only one who could have done it.
That should have already been proven impossible. The film set was locked at the time. Judge Courtney could not have entered this place.
And what if there was an accomplice?
What?
I'll tell you my reasoning, so listen up. He's gonna say that she worked with her son to murder this guy? What the fuck? When the president was pushed off the roof, John was waiting at the film lot. If John was an accomplice, the problem with the locks would be resolved.
Again, the fact that literally his body is mainly intact is like, no, there's no way. There's no way this motherfucker, his body is in that good of a shape after 51 fucking stories of falling. There is no way. You cannot tell me. I mean, I guess the game could tell me a way that it could work, but right now there's no way that that works.
2 of them hid the president's body inside that monster costume over there.
You think this crime had such an elaborate plan?
Take the life of a nation's president? An elaborate plan is to be expected, don't you think?
Not always.
John would never take part in such a crime.
You're the one being suspected. Your words don't carry much weight.
I wouldn't think those two had a sufficient motive for something like this, though.
Well, maybe they had a motive that we didn't know about. You were the last one to meet with the president, and you're still keeping the details secret. Don't you think it's only natural that you're being suspected?
Judge Courtney, is there no way for us to tell you for you to tell us your secret?
My apologies. I just can't, no matter what. However, when the time I can talk about it comes, I will surely let you know. So if you could, please.
Believe you? Is that what you want to say? Well, that's what all criminals say. And you, pup, if you've got an explanation, hurry up and spit it out.
Yeah, I didn't do nothing. That's all I'm saying.
Well, that was a little further away. God, you guys missed this last night because I wasn't streaming. Holy shit, like last night it literally sounded like there were like somebody was like either setting off fireworks really close or shooting a gun really close to the apartment. Like I heard it and my other roommate heard it. Oh, like clearly last night. Ugh. I think my roommate heard it. Doesn't sound like it, at least. He hasn't said anything. Last time he was quick when that happened. Both mother and son won't talk. You still gonna defend him like this?
It's true, Judge Courtney's actions are a mystery. However, we still don't know whether or not that that ties in with the motive for murder.
Yeah, that's right. The motive for murder can wait. For now, let's talk about the situation surrounding the crime. And the fact that these two are the only ones who could have done it.
Oh shit. How did I do on sleep last night? Oh shit. That thing's open. Whoops. Did Reddit come back up? I was thinking about this earlier. Like Reddit just died on me earlier, which is very surprising. I think it's back. Also, I just got reminded again that the Steam summer sale is on right now. I don't know if there's anything I specifically want to pick up. I know there's stuff I want to get, but it's more of like, do I get it now when like I have no plans to play it in the next couple of months? Or just wait for it to go on sale again later. It's still on my wish list, so it's not like I'm forgetting about the game. If I'm ever in a position where I'm like, man, I don't feel like playing fucking anything, I'm gonna go look up. I just look on my wish list and play something. But that situation's not gonna happen, not anytime soon, at least. I don't think. Agent Lang, don't tell me you were saying John was an accomplice. What? How did that? I didn't click there. I must have like barely tapped the mouse. John still looks like he's a grade school kid. He's even got a kitty backpack to boot. How can he be an accomplice? There's just no way.
Like I said, John's already in middle school and the backpack is part of his costume.
Lang Ji says, no matter how young the cub, never pity an ungrateful pup. He may be a little brat, but a villain deserves no mercy.
So Mr. Lang Shi didn't make any allowances for age.
Mr. Prosecutor, you're not just defending him because he's a pup, are you?
No, of course. It was never my intention. I should present suitable evidence in due course.
Oh, I'm looking forward to it. My logic's just getting started.
How would that resolve the problem?
I figured you'd ask that, Mr. Prosecutor, but you know, it's actually quite simple. Listen up. First, that woman pushes the president off the roof.
Huh. She pushes him off?
Then, that brat who knew the combination for the lock unlocks the film set.
I see. The combination unlocks the brat. Okay, you accidentally a syllable.
That's all it takes. With this, the problem of the lock is solved. Your theory that she couldn't get in because she didn't know the combination no longer flies.
Huh. Regarding the lock, it's certainly a plausible explanation. Agent Lang, thank you for your clear explanation. Please continue with what you were saying before.
If you're gonna give up, better do it now. Save me some fucking time.
Supposing that these two were accomplices, why would they have needed to leave the body hanging there for an entire day?
Why don't you give it a rest and take a hard look at reality? Thanks to their trickery, our investigation has been confused up until now. Does that about answer your question? Got it? Those two hit the body.
In the video, we cannot see the inside of the costume. So can you really say for certain the body was placed inside?
Yeah. I mean, I'll give you that much. In that case, why don't we try examining it? The inside of that costume. There might be some trace left inside.
Mr. Powers, maybe we examine the inside of that costume?
Sure.
Go ahead. What is your important question, sir?
It might be kind of stinky. I sweat a lot in there.
This is incredibly dirty.
That's strange. You always make sure to clean it after using it so that the sweat doesn't damage the costume.
Isn't it just proof that someone besides you used the costume? I'd say that the dirt from the body probably got on the costume.
Well, the president's body is on top of the monster's footprints. That's a good question. I've been wondering about that. My initial thought was going to be that it was the president inside the costume in the first place. So when he's like, haha, we found evidence that the president wore the costume, you can be like, no, it was clearly him in the costume suit doing this. That doesn't prove that they hid his body in there. I've been kind of on that logic line in my own head, but I didn't know. I didn't know where it was going. So we'll see what happens. The president's body did fall on top of the monster's footprint. That must be where the dirt came from.
Are you satisfied now?
So dirt got in the costume when the body was hidden inside? Wouldn't that mean that the dirt was transferred from the body?
Huh. Isn't that obvious? How else would you say it got there?
Well, there's dirt stuck everywhere inside the costume. It looks particularly bad around the chest area. Dirt around the chest area? We can't overlook this fact. Mr. Lang! Mr. Lang's logic does seem to make sense. Indeed, if those two were accomplices, the crime certainly would have been possible. So it would be useless to argue that point. In that case, what should we do? First, we should have Agent Lang explain his reasoning in more detail. Let's draw out more information. Oh, this isn't actually the way to go on this. I thought it would have been the new statement, but maybe we're ahead of ourselves? Might be ahead in the logic here. New statement, different piece of evidence? Yeah. I was going to note they mentioned that they are heavily stained with dirt. I'm just saying. Is it? Is it just the body evidence and there's no yellow dirt there? Is that what's going on here? The yellow dust shit on him, when did that get there and why isn't that on the inside of the costume if his body was in there for a full day? The dirt that got onto the costume when the body was hidden inside it. Is that really the case?
You got a problem with that?
There's a fair amount of dirt inside the front of the costume. Yeah, it's a lot of dirt. However, I'd like you to focus on the state the body is in. It's lying on top of the dirt, yet there is no dirt on the front of the body. Oh. Oh. Right idea, wrong way, but you know what? I'll fall into that answer. If the body really was inside the costume, then it's strange that the front of the body isn't stained with more dirt.
Well, then how would you explain it? How did the dirt get inside the costume?
In the video footage, it's very likely that someone was inside the costume. But just who could it have been? Where have I seen this? What's the matter, Kay? I just feel like I remember seeing something like that looked like this dirt somewhere before. You're fucking kidding me? Blaze was in the costume trying to kidnap the kid? Where was it? There were these bits of gray fragments mixed in with the dirt. Gray fragments? There does seem to be something other than normal dirt mixed into this. Something must have gotten stuck to it, and lots of it, might I add. It got stuck to it. This may merit a closer look. Where did we see dirt that looks like... Where did we see the dirt that looks like what is stuck on the inside of the costume? This dirt has some gray bits mixed into it.
Huh? And what of it?
We found an item belonging to a certain man that was covered in the same type of dirt. That is to say, these gloves.
Those dirt stains certainly look the same, but tell me, what exactly is that gray substance? Concrete?
The gray substance must be fragments of concrete. You mean the stuff that was scattered around the monster's footprints? Exactly. Meanwhile, who do these gloves, which are stained with the same kind of dirt, belong to? Oh, I remember we found it at Blaze's place. Earlier today, we went to Blaze's garage. There, we discovered these dirt-stained gloves. Come to think of it, there were also hammers and shovels and other tools inside his place as well. Why would a mechanic's glove intended to be used on machines be covered in dirt? If he broke the concrete with the hammer and then dug into the soil with the shovel, it's only natural for dirt like that to get on the gloves. Well, then maybe. Yes, the true nature of the monster's footprints has been made clear. It's possible that these footprints were dug up by Blaze Devastate himself.
It's possible, huh? It's possible, you say? Please do enlighten me. Because I honestly don't have any clue. Why on earth would he do something like that?
I don't fucking know. Why would he? Why would he do something like that? Why would he be? I would think he would be burying evidence, but I guess not. He buried something. I smell treasure. So what did he bury? Want to find that out? We'll have to dig it up ourselves. He was digging something up?
You think the police wouldn't have investigated that already? There was absolutely nothing buried beneath those footprints.
In that case, we should assume the opposite. He dug something up. It probably went something like this. Last night at this spot, there was something that Blaze needed to dig up. For that reason, he broke the lock on the back door and sneaked into the film lot. Using a hammer and shovel, he set to work. He placed the items he dug up into his bag, but before he could fill the holes... Ah, that's when John came to practice. Exactly. Blaze panicked and had no choice but to hide himself in the Mozilla costume nearby.
Think you would do so much just from a pair of dirt-stained gloves. However, all this is merely a possibility. There's still no proof that he was the one who was hiding inside that costume. For all we know, he might have left the scene once he was finished digging.
On the contrary, such proof does exist and can be seen in the video. When this video was recorded, Blaze was definitely inside the film lot.
What?
I can't blame Agent Lang for not noticing. The difference between the current film lot and the one in John's video. Along with the state of Blaze's garage, it's all too clear that Blaze was still here. What proves that Blaze was still in the film lot when this video was recorded? Is it this MacGuffin thing back here? What is that? Is this some kind of trunk or something? This blag placed near the costume. There was an identical one inside Blaze's garage. First, the dirt on the gloves. Another bag. It seems there's a connection. And that's my proof. Blaze was inside the costume. Ergo, the president's body could not have been hidden inside it. I was able to refute Agent Lang's reasoning.
Well, someone needs to go investigate Blaze's house right away, pal. We need to know what's inside that bag.
Yes, sir.
Who is it now? Y'all pipe down and listen up. Y'all just been saying whatever you want, whatever works for best for y'all. The noisy one returns. Well, there's the footprints of the mighty Mozilla. They ain't just some random holes dug up by that old coot. I believe that the true nature of these footprints has already been proven quite logically. Logical smogical, I ain't buying it. Say what you want, but I know what I saw, and I saw Mozilla. Is she referring to how she saw Mozilla out the window of the Grand Tower? Preposterous.
Upon our journalist souls, we ain't having none of it.
That statement is an insult to every journalist everywhere.
That's right. There's more to them monsters than just these footprints. I remember hearing that Sunny over there was seen earlier. Was seen with the monster earlier. I reckon that gal over there said she witnessed it herself.
And these two are together. All meaningful talk grinds to a halt. If we only knew what that monster really was, I think these two would quiet down. Mr. Edgeworth, is there anything you can do? The monster's true identity. It's probably the camera that he recorded himself on. We don't have much choice. Let's see what we can do. Isn't there something y'all ain't telling us about the monster? Nicole, ask him. Ask him right now. Please, settle down. Regarding the true identity of that monster, I already know what it is. What'd you say? That's right. The video John recorded provided the hint that I needed. What you talking about? Miss Nichols saw Gordy when she went to check up on John's practice. At the time, she mistook something for Gordy. The monster can be seen in this photograph. What? Ain't that just some plain old souvenir photo? Y'all don't really think you can pull the wool over my eyes like the eyes of a pro like me, do you? What did Miss Nichols really see that she mistook for Gordy? It's this boy. It's this boy. Naturally, Gordy's true identity was that camera crane up there. What? The video John recorded was shot from fairly high up. A shot from this position would be impossible without a camera crane.
But there ain't no way Miss Nichols would mistake a camera crane for Gordy.
I wonder about that. Miss Nichols,
Yes.
earlier you said the prescription for your glasses didn't match your eyesight anymore, correct?
Yes. Lately, it seems my eyesight's suddenly gotten a lot worse.
So would you say you weren't able to see Gordy very clearly in the dark?
I mean, that's right. Its silhouette was all I could make out. Remember what Miss Nichols said, and I quote, "Its skin was really scaly, almost like a reptile."
Camera cranes ain't got no flesh on them, let alone skin. It's just a bare steel frame. That's certainly true, at least in the case of this photo. However, last night it did have skin. Y'all just doing whatever you can to get in the way of our big scoop, ain't you? That was not my intention. But since I've come this far, it's time to put an end to your nonsense. Gordy's skin is right before our very eyes. This is the skin of Gordy that Miss Nichols saw. The camera crane protector. As Miss Nichols stated in her testimony earlier, it looked like it was going to rain last night. While it never actually rained, John still covered the camera crane with a rainproof sheet, which, to Miss Nichols, looked like a monster's skin.
What?
Y'all gotta be kidding me. Isn't that right, John? Man, you saw through it. Not bad, old man. Unfortunately, the Gordy that Miss Nichols saw was nothing more than an illusion. Not again. Looks like my dream has shriveled up and died once again.
Mentor.
Seems like things have finally settled down. I really thought the boy was hiding something from me. I guess I had it all wrong.
Now that we figured out the true form of the monster, everybody seem refreshed, or we've all had our nice time to sit, relax, and just recover?
Actually, there's two people here who are totally bummed out. Agent Lang. The report is in, sir. We've got the results of President Huang's autopsy.
Good. Show it to me. contusions and bone fractures found across the body, resulting from tremendous pressure. So this was the cause of death. In other words, he was crushed to death.
I thought as much. Again, from the very beginning, you could not tell me that even somebody who is in as good a shape as this body is could fall from 51 fucking stories and not like sploosh, not just all over the ground. There's no way. There is no way. You cannot tell me. It is not possible. I know the Ace Attorney games are all about making the impossible possible, but there is no way. No way.
The yellow stain on his chest is currently under investigation, but it seems that gunpowder residue was found on his right hand.
Sunflower residue? I didn't know the president was into gardening.
No, Kate, please. It's gunpowder residue. Traces of were left behind when a gun is fired. Since it has been found in his right hand, it's possible that the president fired a gun. A gun, huh? We didn't find any guns when we investigated this area.
Oh, I didn't mean to have. That probably was a very weird sounding K. I explained gunpowder residue. I'll have to look over the autopsy report later. Now then, Agent Lang, it seems we have our answer. The president did not die from falling off the roof of the Grand Tower. Rather, he died from being crushed under Mozilla's head.
I can't deny it. Looks like your logic was right after all.
Will this mean the suspicions surrounding Miss Courtney should be cleared up, right? Yes. Not only the cause of death, but the time of death proves her innocent as well. Judge Courtney met with the president 2 nights ago. However, according to the autopsy report, the time of death was around 11 p.m. last night. Mozilla's head also fell last night. It matches up perfectly. Well, that's a relief.
Isn't it a bit too early to be relieved?
Agent Lang?
The president died after being crushed by the Mozilla's head. That, I'll easily admit. But the problem is, who was responsible for the falling head?
Mozilla's head fell last night. And last night, the only one who was at the film lot was...
What are you saying? Surely you're not implying...
Oh, I am. You killed him, didn't you? John Marsh. That pup is hiding something. He was at the scene where the body was discovered last night. He also saw the footprints. And despite that, he still claims to know absolutely nothing about the incident. Isn't that a bit too convenient?
These footprint-shaped holes have not been proven to be related to this case. Just because he saw the holes doesn't necessarily mean he's involved in the incident.
You sure about that? Take a look at this pup's face. He looks pretty shaken up to me.
It looks like he hit the mark, but John doesn't want to talk about it.
If he doesn't feel like talking, then I have an idea of my own. Let's check the tapes, shall we?
Agent Lang, what is your intention?
The police have a device that you analyze video footage up close and personal.
Agent Lang, you would suspect John enough to go that far?
As long as John's lips are sealed, this may be the only way for us to get closer to the truth. Detective Gumshoe, if I'm not mistaken, you have that device with you, correct?
Mr. Analysis is ready to go, sir.
Now
Now we're talking.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, would you please perform the video analysis for us?
she wants me to do it?
Who knows what kind of faults that Wolfman will find in it?
This isn't exactly my strong suit, but I guess I've got no choice. What? Excuse me? Hello? Hello? What? I wasn't expecting to like zoom in and suddenly there's fucking Akuma back there. What's he doing here? This is... What's the matter? I want to see it too. Huh. Ah!
Hey, what's wrong? Show it to me.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, I request you submit your evidence to the court.
Please, take a look at the top right corner of the zoomed in video.
This person is... It's the president.
Impossible.
Huh? No way.
It seems we finally found it last. The evidence that points to the true killer.
This video places John at a major disadvantage. You're wrong. That's not right. I didn't know anything about this.
That's not gonna cut it, kid. It's clear that you and the victim were together at the same place where his body was found later. John Marsh, there's no doubt you killed the president.
No, this can't be. Why? Why would you? John, please, don't tell me. Did you really kill the president?
Mr. Edgeworth, is this really decisive evidence? Mr. Prosecutor, looks like you can't even object to this.
I can.
Because we know some extra stuff.
That pup said he didn't know anything, right? And yet, the president's right here in this video.
John, what are you hiding?
John, please tell the truth.
The truth is it's all my fault.
John Marsh, what did you do?
Lucilla's head was falling. It was all my fault. While I was setting up the equipment on the roof, I used the heater. After that, I went down to practice but forgot to turn it off. Then my mom called me, so I left the film lot. When I came back to the lot after the phone call was over, Missoula's head was on the roof. Missoula's head that was on the roof had fallen, and right next to it was the president, lying dead on the ground.
How can this be? Also, I used the wrong voice for John, but whatever.
I see. There were indeed traces that something had caught on fire on the rooftop. That was just a small fire, so I was able to put it out by myself. Wait, so the president's death was John's fault?
But wouldn't that make this an accident, sir?
And then, what did you do with the fallen head? I took it apart and brought the pieces back up to the roof and put it back together. Yeah, unfortunately, in this universe, accidental death doesn't actually mean a damn thing. So, we'll deal with that. Oh. All right. Here's what we're going to do. We'll take one more break. Last break of the night. I want to stand up and stretch. Because I've been sitting here for about an hour. It's probably not a bad idea. With as little as I sit, or I guess as little as I stand up, as much as I sit during the day, I got to stand up like once an hour. Even if it's for a couple minutes, just to like schmoove for a second. Then we can keep going. All right? Enjoy the music. I'll be right back. Hey, I'm back. Thank you for sticking with me through that break. Ooh. Oh. Oh, no. I swear there was a burp coming or a belt coming or something coming. And which is fine. All right. You guys ready to jump back in? Let's jump back in. I think we need to jump back in. Yeah.
So you put out the fire and even put the fallen head back on the roof. I'm not thinking of the window, am I? There we go. Which means you were hiding evidence. We can't be having that, you naughty little pup.
I didn't do it on purpose. I really did forget to turn off the heater. When the legs broke, the stand would have been tilted. If Moozilla's head was on the top of the stand, it would have fallen off. So the head fell down because of the fire. Yes, and if that's the case, I also have a pretty good idea what caused the fire. There's a flammable can next to the heater. Seems someone is lacking in safety awareness. Oh, did I fucking... Oh, okay, whatever. Was it really just an accident? If that's the truth, then what was the president doing here? I don't know. There was no one else around here when I was there. You expect me to believe that? The president wouldn't have just come to a place like this without a reason, you know. Indeed. The president's reason for coming here is still a huge mystery. 2 nights ago, he met with Judge Courtney on the roof of the Grand Tower, which she still won't fucking talk about. And here, last night, he was at the film lot. Did he meet with John? I'll have to listen to John's testimony very carefully. No. I mean, maybe, but no. While I was setting up the equipment on the roof, I used the heater. Oh, whoops. That's right. We've already heard this. I need to go back. John, you're still young. I know that it can get a little cold in early spring, but you shouldn't have to resort to heater.
It's precisely because he is young that he must make sure to take care of himself.
However, well, it can get a bit chilly during this time of the year. I wouldn't necessarily say. Hold it, old man. Is this really the right time to be having this argument?
Right.
John, you did well to get the better of Mr. Edgeworth, but please mind your language.
Let's not forget that he got the better of you, too, Your Honor. I know, Mom. So, where was I?
You forgot to turn off the heater? You didn't check before leaving. You didn't check it before leaving the roof?
I meant to turn it off, but I was too focused on practicing, so... And come on, everyone forgets stuff like that sometimes.
Yeah, I gotcha. I forget small things. I like that all the time, too. Like, sometimes I'll forget to turn off the AC or the lights in Mr. Edgeworth's office. Or I'll just jump off the ladder for his bookshelves. Or leave prank calls on his answering machine. But forgetting to turn off the heater is really dangerous. You've got to be careful.
Some of those things had nothing to do with forgetfulness. John, please continue.
Like, I'm so confused. I don't know why he was akumaing in the background of the photo. Like, I still don't know why he was just there akumaing. He was literally in the raging demon pose.
Looks like you've got it rough too, old man. Well, back to the story.
I mean, I think they already said that he was a fan of the original movie. I could see it being a father tie, but I don't know if we're there yet or not. No, he wasn't always the child actor. I don't remember that detail. John was not always the child actor in the original movie. Yeah, John, for starters, he's 13. He wouldn't have been the actor at 1. It's not gonna work like that. Well, let me put it up here so y'all can see it. There is some logic to say that he could be John's father. We don't know that yet. And we know that the president is a fan of the Mozilla thing. And I actually wouldn't be surprised if he was in that suit. But at the same time, you could also say just as much that it was Will Powers in the suit. As weird as that is. But either way, let's see what happens. It was late at night at the film lot, and not a single member of the film crew was around. So then why did you have to leave the premises in order to answer the phone call?
I totally forgot about the phone call thing, so I kind of panicked. If I didn't answer it fast, I would have been busted for leaving the hotel without permission.
In that case, why didn't you just answer it here?
Because I was rehearsing and all the cameras and mics were on. If I talked here, every last word that I said to Mom would have been caught on camera.
He was embarrassed that his conversation with his mother would have been recorded.
Anyways, I stopped practicing for a bit and rushed out of the film lot.
In that phone call, you lied and said you were at the hotel, correct? Why didn't you tell your mom that you were rehearsing?
If I told her that, she would have called the hotel and made them send me a taxi or something.
Of course I would have. A child alone in the streets at that time of night? What sort of parent would allow their child to be in such a dangerous situation?
I guess kids just don't understand how their parents feel. It goes both ways, Mr. Edgeworth. Indeed. Now then, John, please tell us about what happened after the phone call.
Oh, yeah, of course. When this call was finished, I came back here.
Was there any indication that the head was about to fall?
I don't know. I was focused on my rehearsal.
So you forgot to turn off the heater, which led to to a fire on the roof. I would think you should have at least heard something.
Heard something? Oh, I was wearing headphones, so...
Headphones?
Listening to the movie soundtrack helps me get into the scene. I had it on full blast, that's why I didn't hear anything.
And yet you noticed your mother's incoming call?
I had my phone on vibrate, old man. That's how I noticed. Anyways, the head had fallen.
What was the state of the body?
I didn't get a good look because it was dark.
He suddenly became quiet as a mouse. I guess John doesn't really want to remember anything about the body. The only reason why he's gone so quiet. Can I press him for more details? Absolutely. You didn't get a good look. And how did you know he was dead?
Well, that's well...
He's really shaking. He must still be hiding something. Wouldn't you normally call for help if you see someone collapse on the ground? However, you did nothing of the sort.
But he was already dead.
Is that so? You seem quite certain that the president was already dead. Now, is there a reason for that, I wonder?
The guy was collapsed on the ground. Right next to him was the fallen monster's head. I'm not stupid. It wasn't hard to imagine what happened.
You can imagine whatever you want, but there's no way for you to know that he was dead. You actually checked to make sure the president was dead, didn't you?
Yeah, that's right. I was scared, but I got up close to the body and checked if he was breathing.
I thought as much. However, why would he hide that? There must be a reason. Please add the state of the body. Please tell me about the state of the body at that time.
And first, I didn't know he was dead. I would have realized sooner if there had been any blood. There wasn't a single drop, and his clothes were completely spotless.
They were completely spotless, you say?
Either way, he wasn't breathing. That's how I knew he was already dead.
Would you append those statements to your testimony? He was completely spotless, you say? So you were unable to tell if he was dead because of the lack of stains on his clothes? Are you certain of that?
Of course I am. You guys saw the body too, right? What was the big idea?
You said the area was dark, and yet you were still able to make that observation?
I'm telling you, there wasn't a single stain on his entire body. Give it a rest, old man.
Oh, thank you, John. That's all I needed to hear. Are clean clothes that important to you, Mr. Edgeworth? Mine are always freshly washed, though. Next. I like how he just is like, I'm not even touching that. We're not even dealing with UK right now. Tell me how you determined the president was dead.
Well, there wasn't anything to let me know right away that he was dead, you see.
How did you check if he had stopped breathing?
They taught us how in school you get right up close to a person's nose and check to see if you can feel their breath. I never thought I'd have to do it for real, though.
Well, that's really brave of you to be able to do something like that. John, you sure are amazing for an elementary school kid. Okay, he's in middle school. Please try to get that into your head sometime soon. It'll be pretty scary to see a corpse like that just suddenly appear out of the blue. Not to mention the fallen monster head lying next to the body. Panic would certainly be understandable. Would certainly be an understandable response to such a situation. Well, but still, all things considered, this is just an accident, right? Indeed. That is, if we decide to take John's words at face value. I wouldn't mind having some more concrete details on the state of the crime scene. Hello, Stains. His clothes were spotless. Yeah, that's right. You got a problem with that, old man? John,
It's painfully obvious that you were desperately trying to hide something from me.
well, what are you gonna do about it? I'm not hiding anything.
You are hiding. Something about this yellow stain on the president's clothes, correct? Why did you leave it entirely out of your testimony? The fact that you made no mention of it only serves to cast more suspicion on yourself.
That's because
I hope you have a convincing explanation. Judge Courtney.
Allow me to explain.
Why are you?
The yellow stain on the president's chest is almost certainly lion lily pollen.
How and why the fuck do you know that?
Lion Lily?
When I met with the president on the roof of the Grand Tower 2 nights ago, I brought him a bouquet of lion lilies. They are beautiful flowers with stunning gold petals. Some of the pollen from the lilies must have gotten on the president's suit.
Huh? But I didn't see any lilies in the security footage. It's literally in her hands. His thick ass body's just blocking it.
They were simply obscured by the president's body.
Why did you bring a bouquet?
That's... I cannot say.
Getting stronger. Hey. You're keeping way too many secrets. You won't tell us why you met the president or the reason you brought him flowers?
My apologies. I did give him the bouquet, that much is true.
But when the president's body was discovered, we didn't find any flowers.
I honestly don't know how that could be.
Hey, Miss Judge. All your answers have been too vague. Can't say this, you don't know that. Do you accept flimsy testimony like that during your trials?
Hey, cut it out.
John,
I threw the flowers away.
You threw them away? So there were flowers in the body when you found it?
Yeah, that's right. They were on top of the president's body. They had been crushed as flat as a pancake, though. Ah, I see. So the flowers were squashed by Mozilla's head, too.
A large amount of pollen got stuck on the president's suit. Seems to be the gist of it. However, why did you go out of your way to dispose of the flowers?
Yeah, there's a lot of shit right now that doesn't make sense. No reason.
John's not going to tell us anything either.
I guess a mother and son both have a lot of secrets, huh?
that is not true. At the very least, I can tell you why John threw away those flowers.
Wait, what?
John, you saw me leaving the house with those flowers in hand, did you not?
I get it. John saw the flowers and thought of his mom.
He threw them away in order to protect Judge Courtney from being suspected.
That's not true. You're all wrong.
That was his worst lie yet.
Yeah, that's the other part. It's like the way that he got crushed just don't make sense.
I often decorate our house with those flowers. The bouquet must have reminded him of me.
So the pup just happens to find the flowers from his mother's bouquet on top of the body. That's why he threw them away and kept silent about the body? That's a tiny little story if I've ever heard one.
And what's wrong with that? I suppose you prefer untidy, messy stories, Agent Lang?
Don't tell me you've forgotten already, Missy. This pup confessed that he caused the monster's head to fall last night.
That's true, but shit. No.
He's currently the only suspect in the president's murder.
It's true that there are many reasons to suspect John. However, there was someone other than John who was far more suspicious.
What'd you say?
John himself was kidnapped by that very person not too long ago.
We rescued him from the refrigerated warehouse near the harbor, pal.
A refrigerated warehouse?
That's right, pal. The refrigeration wasn't turned on, so he wasn't about to freeze to death. But if he hadn't yelled out for help, we would have never found him.
Once the sleeping drugs were off, he was finally able to call out for help. Sleeping drugs, huh? If I recall correctly, when you were kidnapped. Well, that's right. There was a bottle lying next to the floor of the refrigerated warehouse. I think it was the same thing that you used on me not too long ago. That Sleepy Z's stuff. It's super powerful. How about it, Agent Lang? John's clearly a victim. There's a mastermind at work behind the scenes of this case.
I don't know anything about this so-called mastermind. You say they were here last night?
I still don't know for sure yet.
Ha! It's not like you to be so vague, Mr. Prosecutor.
Indeed. I still don't have any evidence that ties the mastermind to this murder. Is there someone else? Is there anyone besides John who had the opportunity to murder the president? Again.
I'm almost certain it was him.
That's it.
As I thought, in the end, that pup is our only suspect.
Isn't there one more suspect, Agent Lang?
What's this?
Didn't we prove it earlier? Last night that there was one other person here.
Blaze Devaste, you're saying he's the one who did it?
Last night, John was not alone. Blaze Devaste was here too. Shouldn't we consider him a new suspect?
Blaze Devaste killed the president?
It's entirely possible.
Blaze Devaste, it can't be. The same guy from 12 years ago.
There's those numbers again. 12 years ago, huh? Again, it keeps popping up. God. I should ping the guys and ask them about that. I mean, they're both asleep, I think. No, my other roommate's still up. You know what? I'll ask it tomorrow when I wake up because I gotta get up early. I'm not gonna have to get up early, but I'm gonna when I get up, I will mention it to them. This is all wrapping things up here. Agent Lang, what happened 12 years ago?
Nothing that concerns you. It absolutely concerns me right now.
It might just have some sort of connection with this case.
Huh. And I suppose you have some proof, Mr. Prosecutor? Show me evidence that there's a connection between this case and the one 12 years ago.
Evidence, you say?
If you don't have any evidence, then there's no point in talking about it.
Is there any evidence that connects this case with what happened 12 years ago. That was supposed to be examined to make sure this was the thing that had the 12 years in it. But well, fine. This letter was sent to Jill Crane, who was murdered 2 days ago. Although the sender is currently unknown, here, it's written as follows. Please get revenge for 12 years ago.
What, 12 years ago?
How does it feel to be on the other end of, wait, that number came up again? That's not all. Take a look at this as well. This is the report written by Patricia Rowland to Blaise Debaste regarding Knightley. Please read this part here.
That thing he laid to rest near the flower bed 12 years ago. Agent Lang, something big is happening here. Jill Crane's murder 2 days ago, and now the president's murder today? There has to be some connection there. And the key to solving it lies in what happened 12 years ago, does it not?
Oh, I had fucking hell. I thought I had hit it, but I think I must have only glanced the button, so I didn't get the button full effect.
I'll need it back on anyways. You're asking me to reopen the old wounds of the Lang clan?
Agent Lang, I beg of you.
Who's not talking?
Hey, who was that? Who is that?
You guys, what are you all doing here?
We followed you here, Shifu. We heard that Shifu was investigating the incident from 12 years ago.
You idiots. I'm not your boss anymore. Get back to your posts.
Sir, we can't do that.
Did you say to me? Are you disobeying my order?
Shifu, we also beg of you. Reinvestigate the SS5 incident from 12 years ago. None of us could ever forget that case. We know how you feel. You know you feel the same way, Shifu.
Agent Lang, even your former subordinates desired to reinvestigate the case.
And you think you could solve the mysteries of that case? It's not.
It wouldn't be the first time I've solved a mystery from a case from multiple years back. Always. Perhaps I can, with your help.
Fine, I got it. I accept your invitation.
Well, now then, with that decided, I guess it's my turn to shine. Okay. We're investigating a case from the past, right? And guess what the best tool for that is? The little Mr. Thief. Right, if we have the case files from the past case, I can recreate it.
Unfortunately, I don't have the case files.
Wait, what? What do you mean?
Access to those case files is restricted. It's being treated as highly classified information.
Why is that?
I don't know, but it seems like there were a lot of things they wanted to keep hidden. Even what I know is limited to what was published in the newspaper back then.
Well, that will not be a problem. In any case, please tell us what you know.
Sure. The SS5 incident. The incident occurred on a winter's day 12 years ago. It was the 10th of February. The police department in this country received a call from a group of kidnappers. We've kidnapped President Huang, they said.
They kidnapped him?
The SS5 incident was the case of President Huang's kidnapping. They demanded a ransom of $100 million.
$100 million? How much is that? Kay appropriately realizing the existential crisis of it is almost physically impossible to comprehend exactly how much money $100 million is. Oh, that's not the right button. Well, I tried to click on the window to re-click back on the emulator window to make sure that I was in there, and I missed it by a pixel and clicked over the top of it. Such a large amount, she's having trouble visualizing it. What did I just say?
That night, my old man was the last person to meet with the president. Can I make it a point to note this right here? What I'm assuming are sunflowers, even with the black and white effect. They were there. They were together at the Zhangfa embassy until midnight on February 10th. After that, no one knows what the president was doing up until he was kidnapped. With the president's life at stake, the Zhangfa government frantically gathered the money. After that, the ransom was delivered and the president was returned safe and sound.
Wait, so the President Huang has been president since 12 years ago? That's really amazing.
Well, being in office for so long is just a small part of how amazing that man is.
Ling seems kind of happy when he said that. And what happened to the kidnappers?
Well, a top secret covert investigation was carried out. Then a secret trial was held.
Trial? Does that mean the suspect was caught?
The suspect was Patricia Rowland. What?
And the reason you came to the prison a few days ago...
Yeah, I was put on extended leave from Interpol, so I decided to go back and reinvestigate what happened 12 years ago. First, I had to get a look at the face of my target.
The trial 12 years ago ended with a not guilty verdict.
Yeah. Back then, my old man was in charge of every aspect of the president's security. He took responsibility for the kidnapping and was relieved of his position as a bodyguard. But he continued to investigate as a regular police officer until he finally found the culprit. And it was none other than Patricia Rowland. There was no way she could be innocent. However, the result was a not guilty verdict. In the end, the case went unsolved. Crushed in both body and soul, my old man resigned from the police.
What was the basis for arresting Patricia Rowland?
There was a lot of evidence. At least that's what I think. But I can't see those documents for myself. So that's where my story ends.
What should we do with only this much information? Wait, do we have that? What is the thing we... okay, no. Just making sure. Even the little thief would have a hard time producing a recreation. Is there really nothing we can do? Who is that? Is that?
It looks like you could use some help.
Who's that? I thought so. I thought that sounded like her objection.
Francesca. And Mr. Shields, too.
We finished up with the trial and finally managed to catch up with you guys.
Here, take this.
What is this?
It's the case file for the SS5 incident, sir.
How do you know what that looks like, Gumshoe? How do you know? Excuse me, wait a minute. Whoa, how does he know what this looks like? Excuse me? What? Huh? Gumshoe's eyes at that point must be fucking hawk eyes. He must have laser vision to be able to see that thing from that distance.
Once Roland mentioned 12 years ago during the trial, it caught my interest. I looked into it immediately and got in touch with Interpol.
I expect no less from you, Francesca.
Don't get the wrong idea, Miles Edgeworth. I didn't prepare these documents for you, the former prosecutor. I did it for the sake of the investigator taking up the case his father left behind.
Sis. But not the information on the SS5 incident was restricted to the public.
That restriction was placed on by the prosecutor in charge of the case, Blaise Devaste.
Wait, he was the prosecutor in charge?
Him.
However,
As a result of the trial just now, Blaise's authority has been revoked. It's all thanks to his son.
Sebastian? Bringing down his father. The door to hit this past case has been opened.
Prosecutor Devaste is currently wrapping up things in Patricia Rowland's trial. He told me to relay this message to you. Leave Pops and his cohorts to me. You guys just take care of the case on your end.
He really is becoming quite reliable right in front of our eyes.
Truly.
Alrighty then. This is perfect. Now that we have this file, let's just leave the recreation to me. Can I look at this file? Okay, let's take a look here. Let's read. President of Zhangfa, Di Zhonhuang, was kidnapped on February 12th, 12 years ago. The kidnappers demanded a ransom of $100 million. Dai Long Lang confirmed that on the evening of the incident, the president was in the Zhangfa embassy until midnight. Oh, okay, so that's basically what we just got. All right, I had to check. Indeed. Well, then let's begin. According to these documents, it appears that the incident took place right in front of the Tower Plaza.
Well, then let's head to the
plaza right away. April 6th, 3:25 p.m. Outside Grand Tower, Tower Plaza. Okay. Would you please activate Mr. Little Thief? Or Little Mr. Thief? Right! With these case files, recreating everything should be a snap. Where should I start? There indeed. According to these documents, it seems there was a witness to the kidnapping of the president. A freelance journalist by the name of Jack Cameron. See what you're doing. However, he happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time and was murdered by the culprit.
So that would mean the place he saw the president was here?
Here? At the Grand Tower? No, the Grand Tower was only built around a year ago, Kay. Before that, this place contained mostly abandoned buildings. However, 12 years ago, this place was...
Now you're finally talking about some stuff that I know. Yeah, 12 years ago, this very spot was the Happy Family Home. What?
What's that, pal?
It was a place where children who had lost their parents could live. Or to put it simply, it was an orphanage.
The president was kidnapped at that orphanage?
And the head of the facility at the time was Patricia Rowland. Apparently Rowland always referred to it as her home.
It seems that suspicion would naturally fall upon her.
Patricia Rowland, Blaise Devaste, and President Huang. The darkness that remains from the SS5 incident still casts a shadow on the present cases. Maybe. I could see that. It's very possible. I'm starting to think it now that the fucking orphanage came up. I was like, ah, yes, this is where the Zhangfa embassy used to. No, it's not. Oh. Can I like you to input the investigation data from Jack Cameron's murder case? You probably assumed that he was killed by one of the kidnappers. Wait, so if we solve the murder of the case, we'll know who the kidnappers were, right? Precisely. I'm counting on you. Beep, beep, boop. Be careful. Don't go through the wall over there. Oh yeah, he's never seen this before.
Wait, what the heck is this? Why is everything green?
I've come to expect such reactions. This is a recreation of the grounds of the facility that stood here 12 years ago, based on the documents from the police investigation. I recreated the scene to show what it looked like when the police arrived at 7 a.m. the next day. Here's a fair amount of snow had piled up here.
Yeah, I heard that the footprints in the snow were the prime pieces of evidence. The snow fell during the day, and on the day of the incident.
So snow only fell before the crime took place, which means the footprints wouldn't have been erased by any further snow. I must make sure to pay close attention to these footprints. You know, we're talking to literally everybody else before we look at any other piece of information.
Scruffy, don't you dare say a word. I'm warning you.
Mr. Edgeworth, please help me, sir. Oh, God.
What is it, Detective Gumshoe?
It's about the story behind the SS5 incident, sir. Even though Blaze may have lost his authority, there's no way you can get a confidential document this quickly. They got me curious, so I made a few calls and kind of asked around. And I found out that Miss Von Karma used all sorts of forceful tactics too.
Scruffy, I thought I warned you.
You've done a lot for us, Francesca. I promise I'll bring this to an end with my own hands. I was like...
Oh, what a scoop. Would you look at that? Look, these folks have done turned green. Maybe they're sick or something. But their clothes are green too. Well, I'll be. Their clothes are all green too. I reckon this ain't no ordinary disease. Y'all picked up on something good. Looks like you're taking it to the next level. Yes, Chief.
Looks like there's no way we'll be getting a word in. Not that I have any desire to intervene. I love that when we walked up, Francesca's like, Scruffy, you say nothing or I kill, or you will die. He's just like, I can't help it. I'm scared. Mr. Edgeworth, help me. She did all these things. Ah. All right. What do we got here?
Three flower beds. It's snow.
Agent Lang, what's the matter? Something strange. I wasn't able to read the SS5 incident case files until now.
Well, since Blade had access to all that information restricted. Oh, whoops, I fucking had it flipped. Yeah, that's right. And yet, I feel like this exact scene, I've seen it somewhere before.
What do you mean?
Where did I see this? If I could just remember.
He looks deep in thought. Should leave him alone for a while. Well, you heard him. We'll come back and talk to that shit later. Let's investigate. These footprints stop near the body. They must be Mr. Cameron's footprints. He sure has some big feet. Or he sure has some big feet. They look like a size 11. According to the data, his shoes match these footprints. Okay. Footprints here seem to lead to and from the body. These footprints were believed to be the culprits. The shoe size is about a size 7. That's fairly average. It seems we won't be able to tell who the culprit is from these footprints. This is the eyewitness of the president's kidnapping, Jack Cameron. What exactly did he witness? I've recreated the state of his body based on the photos taken by the police. Here's he was struck in the head from behind. The murder weapon was a brick, right? It looks like the ones from this garden. Blood that flowed from his head splattered all over the ground and all of his surroundings. Here, take this. It's Mr. Cameron's autopsy report. Is that just the same thing we've already got? Died instantly after being hit on the head with a brick. Like he killed just after leaving a message from his cell phone. Okay. First things first. A yellow flower has fallen here. In the language of flowers, it means a stolen treasure. Okay. Please stop making things up. Still, this flower seems to be of a different variety from the ones that are growing nearby. Well, then why is it in a place like this? The shell had all this snow around it, but not on the statue? Oh, yeah. You're thinking of a different case. This bothers me a little bit. We should examine the flower bed itself after this. I knew it! Someone must have stolen this from somewhere and brought it here. Okay. And in the language of flowers, this means an angry prosecutor. I assume this is the victim's cell phone? That's right! Apparently Mr. Cameron gave his eyewitness testimony over the cell phone. What do you mean by over the cell phone?
After Lang found the president, it seems he called his girlfriend, but she didn't answer the phone, so Cameron left a message on her answering machine.
The tape is in the case files. You want to hear it? Please. Oh. 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 Oh, yeah. Yeah, pretty sure. I need to do it this way. Either of Agent Lang's voice for a second.
Hello, Jill. Are you already asleep? I'm in front of the facility now, but something's not right. President Huang is here of all places, and what's more... Crap, the lights just went off. I can barely see a thing now. I can't believe it, but it almost looks like he's being kidnapped. I thought I'd let you know. Damn.
What does that sound at the end?
It seems he was attacked while he was still on the phone.
Agent Lang, may I ask, what was the name of Mr. Cameron's beloved?
I'm pretty sure her name was Jill Crane.
So it was true.
Wait, did you say Jill? This is why she was seeking revenge for 12 long years.
The feelings and the items Miss Crane inherited from her beloved brought her to this auction. She had come here to exact revenge on the conductor, Blaze.
But wait, Mr. Crane tried to get revenge on Blaze, right? She may have wanted to get revenge on him for covering up the kidnapping case. Or perhaps she thought Blaze himself was the kidnapper. Is there anything on the camera? The victim was carrying a camera. Oh, according to the case files, it seems he only managed to take a single photo. Here it is. Well, I'll be goddamn. That's Gregory Edgeworth. What is happening in this photo? Like, what's happening here? Did someone like take swipes at the snowman? It looks like somebody slapped the shit out of the snowman. Wait, this is... Isn't that the president? He's being held at gunpoint. This must be the scene that the victim witnessed. Wait, so the person in the coat must be the kidnapper. Indeed. I think it's some sort of disguise. The logic of Agent Lang's father is correct. This person should be Patricia Rowland. But why is there only one photo? Perhaps he was killed before he could take any more. He did say the lights went out right before this, so he might not have been able to do anything. This is the brick that was used as the murder weapon. You can find bricks like this all over the garden. He must have used one of them as a weapon. This is the last thing to investigate. It's just him specifically. Jack Cameron was a freelance journalist. He was killed because he witnessed the president's kidnapping. The blood really stands out in the recreation. It's giving me the heebie-jeebies. Even in the original photo, it looks brutal enough. A lot of blood was spilled. The back of his head is covered in blood. That must be where all the blood spilled from. According to the autopsy report, he was struck in the back of the head with a brick. Indeed. It's likely that the killer approached Mr. Cameron from behind. He was holding something in his right hand. Well, that's also written in the case file. See if he's holding onto a button. Button? Did he tear off the culprit's clothes? What the fuck? What the fuck? Talk to people.
Please ask me anything you wish. You have my heartfelt thanks for bringing John back. Oh, even the thought of him not coming back makes me...
Hey, old man, don't bully my mom. No, that wasn't my intention. Whoa, look at him go. Mommy's little knight in shining armor. He's so cool. It's not like that. Quit blabbering about stupid stuff.
John, please wait. May I proceed, Mr. Edgeworth? My actions were unbecoming of one who calls herself a servant of the goddess of law. I won't ask for forgiveness. However,
Judge Courtney, I am not as well acquainted with the goddess of law as you are. However, isn't that goddess also a mother of other gods? The law makes exceptions for extenuating circumstances. It understands a mother's heart. I'd say perhaps your goddess sympathizes with you more than you think.
Mr. Edgeworth. Hey, she finally learned. Don't call me Prosecutor Edgeworth, because I'm not a prosecutor anymore.
I don't get it. What the heck are those two blabbering about? It's okay, John. I don't have a clue either. Seems the dust has settled on day one of Patricia Rowland's trial.
Yes, while a decision is yet to be reached, I would say a guilty verdict is quite likely. I'm sure a thorough investigation into her connections with Blaze will be conducted as well. You ever just feel a cough coming on? You ever just feel a cough coming on? Like, my throat was like, ah yes, we are definitely dry. Cough coming in 5, 4, 3, 2, and then it was just like, bleh. What are they gonna do? After seeing Sebastian today, I know we can put him in our faith in him.
Just like Kay, Sebastian is also in the midst of training for the future ahead. Huh. I see. Well, when you say it that way, I guess we have a lot more in common than I thought. I said a few mean things to him, so the next time we meet, I'd like to apologize to him.
I'm sure you'll put your opportunity, but for now...
Yes, at present, solving this case is our top priority. What about you, buddy? This scene sure puts a chill in your bones. Uncle Ray needs a hot babe to keep him warm. Could you please try to be a little bit more serious? I wonder if John is different. I assumed that it was like the same because people have been talking in pairs when we talk to them. I'll try just to make sure, but oh, if that's what Kay wants, I guess I have no choice. Miles, this is where it all began, isn't that right? Yes, I fear this is the case. What was Patricia and Blaze's true goal? There are many mysteries yet to be solved. Indeed, it's just as you say. Particularly the mystery of what will happen to K-Ray's love. Isn't it suspenseful? Not even a little. You just couldn't resist, could you, Mr. Shields? Why can't you ever stay serious for more than a minute? He's genuinely incapable of staying serious for that long. Von Karma burned it out of him. Let's go sanity check. Like I said, I thought that it would be different. Apparently it's not. What do you want? John, I'd like you to tell me exact details of your kidnapping. You were kidnapped at the garbage pickup area, right? Why'd you go there?
You don't have to act like a go-in-between. I can talk directly to the old man there.
So he says. Looks like he's finally warming up to you.
I went to the garbage pickup to throw away the flowers I found on the body. It was nearby. I thought it'd be harder to find them there than if I just tossed them in a trash can. I went there last night too, but the gate was locked.
And that's why you went there again today to dispose of them?
Yeah, but when I got there, someone suddenly grabbed me from behind.
And you Sleepy Z's on you, right? Catching Z's is now easy with Sleepy Z's. Even though she was also a victim to it, she seems to have taken a liking to the slogan.
Whoever grabbed me was really strong, but that's all I know. I have no idea who it was.
I see. So that's what happened. We're going to have to go back and double check and talk to everybody else, because apparently you can double talk to people and didn't realize that. After the drugs wore off, did you notice anything about your surroundings?
Those drugs were brought to you by Sleepy Z's. Catching Z's is not super easy with Sleepy Z's. It was kind of cold when I woke up. It was dark. I was in a dark and empty room. Boxes with foreign writing on them were lying around, so I figured I was in a warehouse.
The whole place is like a giant refrigerator. It was a commercial warehouse. That's right. John was rescued thanks to the collective efforts of Kay and Gumshoe.
Since it was a bit cold, the cooling unit's power must have not been cut for too long. For some reason, they didn't think to take my phone, so I used it to call for help.
I see. In any case, it's good that you're safe and sound, John.
Huh. I don't need your fake sympathy, old man.
What an incorrigible child. He's just like a certain someone I know. Okay. Well, then wait a second. Does that mean talking to Francesca is different? Okay. So these two are different. Down here, you get the same sequence no matter what you do. Wait, this door! I remember seeing it somewhere! Of course you would. It looks exactly like the Grand Tower's door we saw earlier. But this is a recreation from 12 years ago! That means the door has been there since then! It seems when the Grand Tower was built, they decided to reuse this door rather than destroy it. As the old saying goes, discover something new by heating up something old! Oh, it seems she misunderstood. She understood the correct meaning of a saying for once. Huh! But if you're using a microwave to do it, don't heat it for over 5 minutes. Swing decoration with the face of an elephant. It looks like there's some kind of motor attached to the other side of the elephant. There's one thought that has crossed my mind ever since that crosses the mind. There's one thought that has crossed the minds of every top-class swinger. Only I could do a full 360. With that powerful motor rotating the swing, that dream can finally be achieved. Rotating with a motor? Wouldn't that be dangerous? Mr. Edgeworth, you can't fulfill your dreams unless you're willing to take some risks. Is that the real problem here? Let's check. Is this... Okay, cool. We've gotten everything here. It might either be presenting or it might be logic here. This has mostly melted, but it appears to be a snowman? It has a scarf and a hat. It must have melted since it was dressed so warmly. The poor thing even lost one of its buttons that it was used for its eyes. Oh. The temperature reaches its lowest point at dawn. Perhaps it would have refrozen later? Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. Well, the snowman melts even if it freezes up again. It becomes an iceman instead of a snowman. What? She was expecting me to say? Huh. Okay. Well, let's see what we got for logic-y bits here. Damn near nothing. Wow. there something else I haven't looked at? These playground toys are modeled after a hare and a tortoise, like from the fable. The tortoise and the hare competed in a race, and in the end, the hare lost. And now for something completely different. It's time for a K quiz. I thought I talked to him. Oh, he told me to come back later, and then I specifically was like, okay, cool. And yeah, okay. Why did the hare lose? There are 3 choices. I already know the answers because the hare took a nap. 1. The hare's favorite shoes were stolen by the Adagarasu. The tortoise trained with the Adagarasu until it became faster than the hare. Unbeknownst to the 2 animals, the Adagarasu stole the victory from the shadows. Those are my only choices? Is it too hard for you? Okay, I'll give you a hint. It starts with the... She wants me to pick number 3.
After the SS5 incident, the president completely changed. Well, he must have felt like this trust had been betrayed. I guess it's only natural. He cut off all ties with the Lang clan, putting an end to our deep bond of trust. My old man wanted to at least apologize in some way, so we tried to go see the president more times than I can count. Of course, the president refused to meet with him. He wouldn't even give him the time of day. I don't know if it was from the bodyguards, but there were times he'd come back all beaten up. But me standing around talking about the past doesn't do jack, does it?
I shall be the judge of that. For now, just keep telling us what you know.
You're still as tactless as ever. Well, I figured you'd say as much. He has to have body
Doubles. Like, that's gotta be a thing.
The fall of my old man was also the fall of the Lang clan. The family that failed to protect the president. That's what we became. My old man started to investigate the case like he was possessed.
Could someone so driven by obsession truly conduct a proper investigation?
Sheesh, you really don't pull your punches, Mr. Prosecutor. Don't think I blindly trusted in his investigation just because he's my old man. His investigation was meticulous down to the last detail. Apparently, he even conducted a thorough interview with each and every kid at the orphanage.
You think that the current president is one of the body doubles and the original president died back then? Ooh. Ooh, that could be spicy. That could be very spicy indeed. He interviewed every child. I wonder how fruitful his results were. Is this a present evidence issue? Huh. Body double stalking Blaze to get something and attack him and lost? Huh. What am I missing? I don't have enough logic points to do anything. Let me just... I don't see how this goes. Okay. 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 I didn't think that was gonna be a thing, but I'm like, let's just sanity check. You never know. It wouldn't be the first time I've thought about shit wrong. This pillar appears to be burnt. According to the files, it seems there was a fire on the evening of the incident. A fire? Let's see here. Huh. It says that one of the children of the orphanage spilled kerosene on and set it on fire as a prank. Guess that kid had far too much energy. And thanks to that, we can't make out any of the footprints in the main hall. You wanted to inspect the flower beds, that's true, but like... Okay, you had to come up from this fucking angle. A flower bed. According to the data, this facility had 3 gardens. And each of these gardens contained 3 flower beds. There's our logic point. Huh, these flower beds are lined up. Have I seen this arrangement somewhere before? Jamming on the logic button so hard. As it was during the winter, there were no flowers in bloom. What a shame. It's yellow flower. What? If my roommate heard that one. There was a loud like pop from like nearby. I don't know where, but still. Why is there a single flower here?
That is a lion lily. A very rare type of lily.
Did you just say the key words? That's the flower Miss Courtney gave to the president. What's it doing here? Could it just be a coincidence?
If I recall, the lion lily originates from Asia. In the language of flowers, it means the bond between parent and child.
I never knew you were so familiar with flowers.
That much is common sense. You're simply lacking in your studies, Miles Edgeworth.
Now we got logic points. Now we got logic points. So only one gunshot this time instead of multiple. Or multiple explosions instead of one. Perhaps this is the true nature of the monster's footprints. What did I just click on? Still showing the right window. The true nature? Compare the positions of the 3 footprints and the 3 flower beds on the left. Ah! The exposed area of dirt matches the area where the flower beds were. So Blaze dug holes in front of where each of the 3 flower beds used to be? Exactly. Now, why would he do such a thing? I believe we have a piece of evidence that tells us why. Why did Blaze dig holes in the ground near the flower beds? What was that? Why did he do it? Do we have a reason for that? Wait, did they bury the ransom money? Is it, I can find it faster here. Is it this one? Is it the, I don't know. But the bug doesn't, the recording of the bug doesn't have anything. There it was. It was very brief. I basically saw it for a half second. And you guys on the lower screen, so it was even harder for you to see. The thing that he laid to rest in front of the flower beds 12 years ago, you simply must retrieve it. The report from Patricia Rowland to Blaise Devaste, it said something was laid to rest in front of the flower beds. So Blaise was following Miss Rowland's instructions to dig it up? But why would he dig up 3 holes? The report didn't state which of the 3 flower beds the item was in front of. Oh, so Blaise didn't know exactly where to dig. That's why he had to dig up all 3 spots. Most likely, yes. I'm sure Blaise himself was none too happy about that. He went through all of that trouble. I wonder what he was trying to dig up. I have an idea. We've learned pretty much all we can about the situation at the time of the murder. Oh, in that case, there's another scene. Is there another scene you'd like us to recreate? Yes. Would you do us the honors? I would like you to recreate the scene when the victim witnessed the president's kidnapping. Right, I'll recreate the scene based on Mr. Cameron's photo. That's why the handprint's there. He grabbed the fucking thing. Mr. Cameron is standing in the middle of the flower beds. And his president and the kidnappers are standing on the road.
My old man based his initial investigation on this man's eyewitness testimony. As a result, it led him to believe that the kidnapping in this facility were related.
And that's how he came to suspect the head of the orphanage, Patricia Rowland?
Yeah. But in court, Blaise Devaste treated this testimony as if it meant nothing.
Why would he do that? I mean, it's obvious why he would do it.
The president and his kidnapper were not standing inside the orphanage grounds, so a connection between the orphanage and the kidnapping was difficult to prove.
I see. It's not like they were seen inside the orphanage, after all.
No matter how much evidence the detectives gather at the crime scene, doesn't mean squad of the prosecutor won't use it in court. Blaise Devaste had some kind of connection with Patricia Rowland. I figured they had some kind of deal going on.
In other words, you think that Blaise was one of the kidnappers? I call that a possible logic. However, your father was convinced that Patricia Rowland was the culprit. Your father was a highly capable investigator, I presume. He might have had some other basis for his conclusions besides the eyewitness testimony?
Yeah, I figured he did, but I have no idea what it was. My old man never really talked much about this case.
Agent Lang's father, Shi-Long Lang, President Huang's most trusted confidant. The truth he discovered was suppressed by Blaise Devaste. First, we must find that hidden truth. Oh, and now we can flip. All right, cool. No, yet, non. All right, that is what we're gonna call it. I think that's a good spot. We got to the first part of the investigation of the area. Now we're into the second half of the investigation of the area, and we can see how things will go next time. All right, so here's what's going on this weekend. I don't know if I'm actually playing my Sunday game or not. 2 of my players are literally moving house. They are moving out of their apartment and moving into a house over this weekend. So there was a decent chance they weren't going to be able to play. I don't know for sure if that's still going to be the case or not, but I guess we'll see. So I don't know. I mean, I have my normal Friday stuff. I need to finish prepping just in case we play because I need to do like a little bit. We'll see how much I actually need to do. But I think unless they tell us otherwise, I'm planning on not playing on Sunday. I don't know how that's going to do for a stream or not. Because one of the things I've noticed, I cannot do these streams for very long. Like any longer than what I've done of this like 4 hours of stream that I've done, and my voice starts to get fucked. I'd rather not go into Monday having my voice fucked. But I do want to play a bunch of this game. So maybe we only do an evening stream and I use the afternoon to get some stuff done around the apartment. Something like that. I don't know. I can't say for sure that I'm gonna be able to stream on Sunday, but I want to. So keep an eye out for that. If not, we'll stream on Monday. Now, again, this entire next week, I am on support lead, which means I have to be up at 8 a.m. and I have to be in bed by 1 a.m. to get the right amount of sleep for myself. So that means we're not only we're basically going to try to start my streams like an hour earlier. I'm going to try to start at 8 whenever possible. They're doing a good job of keeping us in suspense. I don't know what's going to happen here. It could very easily be Blaze, but it also could be like a bunch of different other people. And there's like a lot of other things that haven't been kept that are like, they're just weird enough right now that I'm like, what is happening? Something big is going on that we don't have all the pieces to put together yet. And there's like a bunch of different ways it could all go. So we're doing very good. But like I said, hopefully I can stream on Sunday. If not, I'll see y'all Monday. And then we'll keep going from there. All right? All right. I'm going to head out and get ready to go to bed. But before I do, I need one kindness from each and every one of you. You have a good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, good day, whatever happens to be wherever you are at. And I will see y'all hopefully Sunday. If not, then I'll see y'all Monday for more Ace Attorney. And we got more of this shit to figure out. All right? All right. Later.